and good morning to our action, the Online Darts Live League here on Friday. Group C will come to a close today, and we're looking to get two players from this group. Two very chipper characters in the playing arena already in Matt Dennett and Richie Burnett. So let's make our way down there to see what we will get today. This is our 6th day of getting Richie Burnett in Phase 2. He won the curtain raiser last Saturday, but in order for him to make tomorrow's Saturday night session, he's going to have to do something very, very good today. He's in the frame though, as is his opponent, because Dennant and Burnett are both at 4 points after yesterday's Thursday daytime action. So you could say that this game is the most important they've played so far in the group.
Okay, first leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
One of them is going to make it to 6 points, which is where Robert Thornton already is. But Kevin Burness on 10 and a leg difference of plus 13 is all out on his own, and his destiny of a Saturday night berth in the finals for week 1 of Phase 2 is very much in his own hands. You would expect him to make it as well, unless he has a very bad Friday.
60.
Yesterday was a bumper day of darts. He didn't just get this group of players during the day. He got Premier League last night, which went to the wire with Johnny Clayton 58. And Dimitri van den Berg. But it was Jose de Souza who stole the headlines in the end with that quintessential 120 of his.
140.
I think it's fair to say that that shot is now the de Souza. We did see some action last night
59.
where players were going for 2 double tops with 3 darts on 80. Watch out for that today, as people start to mimic the Portuguese number 1.
100.
By the end of today, will he be the Premier League champion? So you have a bumper day of darts today like you did yesterday. You got the action here in Group C.
98.
You got Premier League tonight. And you've got Group B later on as well, to take you through to about 2 AM British time.
140.
Steady beginning here for Richie, who has maybe only one excuse not to play well today, and that is he might feel
Richie requires 16.
a little bit tired after playing the last few days. Double 4.
Game shot in the first leg. Richie
wasn't
Burnett.
put under any pressure from Matthew Dennett early, and in this best of 7 match, which is what the framework is for every match today, we've got 15 coming up, but Richie Burnett gets the early start.
Matt to throw first. Game on.
I think Richie's run out of dart shirts. He's been wearing all sorts of different polos and his own dart shirts over the course of the last 5 competitive days, in the last 6 days, because he had Sunday off. But he's reverted to one of his sponsors' polo shirts. Very reminiscent of what Robert Thornton has been wearing all the time.
140.
He did say yesterday, actually, after Thursday's action had closed, that the room was quite warm, but he didn't mind that. He said that the polo shirt he was wearing yesterday was just a bit heavy. So he's made adjustments today. And in that
96.
lies a bit of a lesson. Even when you have something that you like to wear to play darts in, you have to adapt to your circumstances and your surroundings.
100. Matt, you require 125.
Richie does not want to be going home tomorrow. He wants to be staying around here and having a chance of making the finals. Matt, very much the same. But there's only 2 can get through this group. 4 players will go home.
81. Matt, you require 20.
This has been an excellent answer from Dennett.
Game shot in the second leg.
And a very,
Matt Dennett.
very fine 13 darter from the scholar, who has found his way to a 1-all scoreline here. And his rival in the middle portion of this table is Richie Burnett, so he's got to keep this close.
Game on.
And if he is going to get a big win, he will have to kick from here and maybe replicate what he did in leg 2.
60.
As for yesterday, a best average from Matthew of 89.58.
46.
He tied Richie Burnett, in fact, for the most 180s of the day. 8 in total. So more evidence that Matt Dennett can indeed get it going on the treble 20 when he's playing well. But the thing about Burnett's average yesterday, overall of 88.82.
140.
And you look at his best average of the day being 90.52. He lived in that region all day long.
95.
You look at someone like Kevin Burness, for instance, who averaged 94 for the day, but he had a best of 103. He was a bit more up and down.
83.
And yes, he played better, but Richie was at a level, and he stayed there throughout his 5 matches. The thing that let him down yesterday was his doubling. He was only 25% for the day. And that was the second lowest of this pool of players. Earlier in the week, Burnett was, without a doubt, the best on the outer ring. He was around the 50% mark for the first couple of days.
Richie, you require 110.
Doesn't have any pressure on him, but a nice smooth check here.
74.
Would have bolstered his confidence a bit more and would have given him a 2-1 advantage over Matthew.
58. Richie, you require 36.
Back to double 18, which is a favourite of his. He left it a lot yesterday, but didn't have a great deal of joy on it.
No score.
Well, I suppose
require
hitting double 14 instead of the single 9 is better. And now that Matthew can't finish, he gets a chance
60
to do it right.
Richie, you require 36.
Third take on double 18. And very much like yesterday, he's left it on purpose and has not found it. He's offered a very unexpected opportunity to Matthew Dennett, who takes the opportunity, and Richie Burnett not happy with letting that leg go. I think there was every single moment in that leg Richie Burnett thought, this is mine, and he's just let it go.
To throw first. Game on.
He is livid.
$140.
This is where, as a dart player, you have to be really opportunistic, because you can watch on and see your opponent struggling on a double
58.
and struggling to take a leg. If you get one chance and take it, Matt will be thinking right now, okay, so you are very negative. If I can press on here
93.
and get 3-1, I've got every chance of a very big win, which would influence the leg difference of both of them. It's not just the points at stake here. The leg difference is going to come into play at some point. Let's say, for instance, Matt Dennett wins 4-2.
126.
His leg difference would improve to +1. Burnett's would then decrease to -4.
58. Matt, you require 142.
$57 now.
64.
I like the thought process there.
140.
Well, the third
Matt,
60
you
there
require
would have made things a
78.
lot easier, providing he was to get a chance.
38. Richie, you require 100.
Regardless of whether he'd got that third treble 20 on the last visit, he was going to get a shot. Now, what does he leave this time? It's not going to be double 18, I feel. Double 16. Can it be kinder? Oh, and he's gone next door
87.
again. He hit double 14 going for double
Matt, you
9. He's hit
require
double 7
40.
going for double 16. His compass is broken.
Game shot
And
on the
Matthew
fourth
Dennett
leg.
is
Matt
not.
Dennett.
It's pointing north, maybe north-northwest as he goes into double 5. But a 3-1 lead here for Matthew Dennett in the first game of the day. And he's looking to do the double over Richie Burnett in the last 24 hours.
Fifth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
When they played in the final game of yesterday's session, it was 4 legs to 3.
100.
Matthew Dennett defied a better average from Burnett, but Matt was better on the outer ring. He had a 36% checkout rate,
60.
whereas Burnett was around about that 25% mark again. Now, as to whether these players are happy with around 30%
45.
or even 25%, all of them would say absolutely not. They want to be around about 45%.
140.
That's classified over a long distance as world class. If you look at the double statistics for everybody on tour right now, the best players are around
83.
that 45% mark, maybe a tiny bit higher. But I think there was only one player yesterday who was satisfied with his doubling, and that was Kevin
100.
Burness. He was up at 51% yesterday. That is extraordinary, considering he played 5 matches. Kevin bossed most statistics
60.
yesterday. He didn't get the most 180s, but he got the best individual average. He had the best overall average for the day. He got the most points. He had the highest checkout.
96.
He was in a class of his own. I think the standard of this group was always going to go down compared to Group A because
29.
that was just
Matt, you
so
require
good.
105.
But I think Burnett is starting to think that this game could be over. It will be if double 16 is hit.
89.
And after Matthew Dennett yesterday lost 2 games after missing multiple match starts,
81.
he will breathe a sigh of relief if he can just get rid of this
Matt, you
quickly.
require 16. Game
That's
shot
what
on
he's
the
done
match.
on his third match
Matt
start.
Dennett.
That will really set him up for today. He puts himself on 6 points alongside Robert Thornton. We'll see something from him in the next game when he takes on Kevin Burness in his first game. But as you can see, Matthew Dennett, better on the doubles, better on the average, higher checkout, of course, only 57. But the 4-1 victory is the main thing here. So Diogo Portela of Brazil wound up at the bottom of the table yesterday. He will start his campaign next in Game 2 against Jamie Kelling. Welcome back to our coverage of the Online Darts Live League Group C today. And apologies for the slight delay in coming into game number 2 as we had to fix a small technical issue. But now that that has been rectified, we can have a look at Jamie Kelling and the Brazilian Diogo Portela. In having a chat with Diogo this morning, he chose not to tell any dad jokes. But the day is yet young. But he worked very, very hard on his game yesterday. Not just here, and we will get onto that in the course of the match. Jamie came away in 5th position in the table yesterday. Diogo was at the bottom of the pile in 6th. So maybe the pressure's off him today. He's not out of contention by any means. But you do get the feeling 45. That with 4 players above him and the likelihood of Kevin Burness topping the table in his position, unless he has a bad day, Diogo may have to be very close to perfect to get through. He may need, at the very least, 4 wins from 5. And based on how he performed yesterday,
40.
That's unlikely. But because yesterday was his first day of competitive action for a while, he may have brushed off a few cobwebs, a bit of ring rust. And one of 2 things is going to happen today for me with Diogo. He's going to have a similar day as yesterday because his arm might be sore. Or he's going to feel a lot sharper and he will improve. Now, after yesterday's 5 matches,
180.
He averaged just a shade over 80 for the day. And Kelling has started like he's the one who's shaking off the ring rust. This is a great start from him.
121. Jamie, you require 81.
Come back to what we're saying about Diogo in a second. Because Kelling's got 72 left with 2. Well, there's 2 trebles. He's scored 33.
41.
And leaves himself on tops after 12. Still a very, very good leg. This is better from Diogo. A nice sign for the next leg. If indeed
40, Jamie
does
40.
take this.
Game shot in the
Very,
first
very
leg.
tidy.
Jamie Kelling.
And when JK gets it right, sometimes he can get it perfect. He has had a couple of perfect days in the Online Darts Live League. If he gets another one today, he could well make the top 2.
Second leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Like I was saying about Diogo, after playing 5 games yesterday between 9:30 a.m. and around about 2 o'clock British time, you may have thought, well, that's enough for today. He can rest up, watch the Premier League last night, and maybe think about what he did right, what he did wrong, and then he hits it again tomorrow. Well, no, he's not like that. He works harder than that.
23.
He travelled a bit of time away from the studio and had some practice with Simon Whitlock.
96.
Now, apparently that practice session has been a long time in the making. So it must have been really good for Diogo to go and practice with the Wizard. But the funny thing is, they have locked horns before.
60.
The first time I ever met Diogo Portela was a night where I did an exhibition with Simon Whitlock in London at an Australian bar called Walkabout. And we didn't have a great deal of people turn up to our exhibition. It had nothing to do with us, I assure you. It had everything to do with the fact that the bar had scheduled an exhibition on a night of an England football match.
140.
But we did get some punters, and one of them was Diogo Portela. And we drafted him in for a game that night. And what did he do?
85.
He beat Simon Whitlock that night. So I think it's fair to say that Simon has never forgotten it. But Diogo's career has blossomed a little bit more since then.
95.
That was shortly after he appeared on a darting game show. And did very well.
59.
But he really did put the hours in yesterday. We'll see what he can do throughout the course of today. There have been no equipment changes
43.
from Diogo. No equipment changes from the Yellow Submarine here. And Jamie Kelling as well. Always using those yellow flights.
138.
And has been using them very effectively
Diogo,
here.
you
He's
require
forcing Portela
140.
to take the 140 out. That's not going to go, so Jamie Kelling is looking to double his lead. He had a high average yesterday, Jamie, of 84.15.
You require 40.
This one is a tiny bit better than that currently.
Game shot on the second leg.
Very
Jamie
tidy
Kelling.
indeed. It looks like Jamie Kelling is here to play, and he, like I said earlier, when he gets it right, he gets it very right. But it looks like he's going to get a very good start, which sometimes is key in having that good day. 2-0
Diogo
to
throw
JK.
first. Game on.
I suppose if Jamie Kelling was to have a walk-on song, it would have to be by Jamiroquai. Because the lead singer's called JK.
140.
Just to emphasize that. But if I'm going to extend an invitation to the people watching today, and you do have social media accounts, please feel free to get in touch with us at Darts Live League. As you can see, the social channels on the bottom right of your screen. You can even tweet myself at the Asset 180. What walk-on song
100.
should Jamie Kelling have with the initials JK? Which Jamiroquai song would you pick for him? Or would you indeed have him walk out to the
180.
Yellow Submarine by the Beatles? I swear to you, after that 180 from Jamie, I'd spent about the last 20 hours trying to get
81.
that song out of my head. And now it's back there. Why did I have to mention it?
$60.
Well, after the 180, that is not the best backup shot, but it wasn't for the lack of trying. 3 very well thrown darts. 60 to leave the 2-darter.
100.
A really positive third dart there from Diogo. This is where you're thinking, at minimum, I want to leave 96, but he's going to do better than that.
139. Diogo, you require 80.
It's getting to the stage of this game, Mr. Portela, that if you miss this, you could be at risk of losing very heavily. So it has to be the left-hand side of tops.
60.
And JK has a
Jamie,
chance
you require 62.
for a double break. Great setup. Looking for the ultimate execution.
Game
Oh,
shot
that
on
is
the third
wonderful
leg.
from Jamie Kelling.
Kelling.
A 14-darter there. Just goes to show what Jamie Kelling can do. And maybe we didn't see all of his talent yesterday, but on Fridays, he always seems to play his best stuff.
Full flag,
When he
it's
subbed in for
to
Jamie
throw
Caven
first.
in week 2
Game on.
and came in on a Friday at short notice, everybody thought he'll turn up, he'll play some darts, he'll have some fun.
100.
Or he did more than that. He won 5 games from 5 and almost qualified for the finals that week after just 1 day of play.
135.
He was very, very close to getting there. So what is it about Fridays and Jamie Kelling? We'll monitor how he plays today.
134.
And of course, after getting 4 points yesterday, if he has another perfect day today, I think that might be enough to get him there. We would see him with Wolfie and prospectively with Kevin Burness if he has a strong
180.
backup day to what he did yesterday. Another maximum there from Diogo. that is his first of the contest to add to the 2 that we've seen from Jamie.
123.
But the destiny of the match is firmly in the hands of the man with the yellow flights.
55.
Somewhat
Jamie,
ironic
you
that he's
require
playing against a person who is
144.
noted for wearing a yellow shirt. He just looks really, really sharp
96.
here. And again, he forces
Diogo, you
Portela
require
into hitting something
131.
very, very difficult. Well, when he was looking south, I really did think he was going to be going for the treble 17.
79.
Better off to miss the board than hit the
Jamie,
60.
you require 48.
But it may not matter. Double top. Double 10 once again.
38.
And he has missed 2 match darts. That would have been a
Diogo,
very,
you
very
require
impressive
52.
average. Diogo hanging on by the finest of margins.
36.
And has missed by the finest of margins there.
Jamie, you require
Kelling
10.
back for match start number 3.
Game shot and
Number 4 is good.
Jamie
It's a
Kelling.
very, very tidy performance. He did play well against Diogo Portela yesterday, but lost 4 legs to 3. Today, very, very different. As you can see, Jamie Kelling has averaged 92.49, 44% on the doubles, and a 62 checkout in 2 was his best effort on the outer ring. So good for him. Diogo cut adrift at the bottom of the table. So on 6 points, Jamie Kelling goes forward, and on 6 points, Robert Thornton is already there. He's going to start his campaign for Friday next against Kevin Burness, who was perfect this week so far in Group C. Hello there and welcome back. Paul the Asset Nicholson here with the Online Darts Live League, and we go into 2 of the strongest players in this group playing in match number 3, which is Kevin Burness at the top of the table still, even after the first 2 matches, against Robert Thornton. Burness will start today full of confidence. He's had a decent week. I know he finished somewhat slowly in Group A, and that's why he's in Group C with Robert, because they are playing their 5th consecutive day now. But yesterday will have made him feel so much better. The 55-year-old throwing a 24-gram dart.
Okay, first leg, it's Robert to throw first.
Taller of the two.
Game on.
And the 5th game they have played against each other this week. But the Mr. Perfect act from yesterday
123.
maybe up against it, as Thornton has started pretty well this week when he's played in the morning.
60.
When they played yesterday in game 13, Burness was excellent, averaging 103.41, the best average of the day
46.
by quite some distance, I might add. The next best was by Robert, and it was 10 behind that.
140.
93.19. So that was a standout performance in every aspect of the word.
41.
He had 80% on his doubles as well. And Robert's not the kind of player to look at stats, but
60.
I tend to a lot when I'm here at the Online Darts Live League. Robert averaged 87 in that match, and he had 2 from 2 on his doubles. 100%. He still lost 4-2.
100.
Just goes to show how good the scoring was from this man.
41.
He started the day with a 4-point gap at the top of the table. That remains. But he now has 3 players in pursuit. He has Thornton, Dennett and Kelling all on 6.
60.
Now, if Robert loses this match and Burness picks up the 2 points, there will be a 6-point gap with 4 matches
60.
remaining for all
Robert,
players.
You require 131.
At that point, you're thinking Burness is not going to be outside the top 2. Even at this early stage.
43. Kevin, you require 140.
So 140 for an early break. Even by not getting this shot,
92.
he still might be in with a
Robert, you
chance,
require
as Robert has
88.
not taken care of business in the first 6 visits of the day. Bullseye.
63.
Not going to be an
Kevin,
early
you
bullseye for
require
Robert, but
48.
it might be an early break for Iron Man. Double 16. That's a good guide.
16.
Well, it just went the wrong way, didn't
Robert,
it?
you require 25.
Both players maybe just taking a bit of time to embed themselves.
17.
And more evidence of that. We had a couple of legs yesterday,
Kevin,
which
you
went
require
really
32.
long. Maybe not in this corresponding fixture.
Game shot in the first
Now,
leg.
Kevin Burness
Burnett.
snaps what I was about to say about long legs. Well, that one has been chopped down, and he's got an early break to try and get himself to 12 points. He needs 3 more, and Robert needs 4.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
All games best of 7 legs, of course. That is the standard
137.
for the Online Darts Live League, which is coming to you today on the Online Darts YouTube channel. You may also be tuning in via the streaming
100.
services of your favourite bookmaker. Please gamble responsibly today. Over 18s only, and begambleaware.org for more information.
125.
This evening we will be live on Sporty Stuff TV as well in the UK. Check your local listings for that,
45.
as we will welcome back the likes of Chaz Barstow, Colin and Aaron Monk.
99.
And we will see who will come through Group B. Last night it was all about James Richardson. He was Mr. Perfect, getting 8 points from 8.
123. Kevin, you require 140.
It's still possible that we will get 6 players
55.
from Group A back in the finals.
59.
Well, in fact, that's not true because
Kevin, you
we've
require
got 3 of them from this
85.
group, from Group A, and only 2 can progress. So I just got my facts wrong there. My bad.
45.
Special mention there for Owen Binks, who has refereed every game this week. By the end of the week, he will have refereed 105 matches. That is an effort.
100.
That is a shift.
Kevin, you require 40.
Double top.
Game shot on the second leg.
And more
Kevin
prowess
Burnett.
on the outer ring from Burness, who has been the best player in most facets of the game in this group. He's been best on the doubles, best in the average, and most importantly, best on the points. He's now 2-0 up.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first.
His doubles
Game
percentage yesterday of 51.28 for 5 games is immensely impressive.
54.
I have to be honest, when playing against Kevin in Pro Tour Darts, of course, he did famously beat me at the World Championship.
82.
I beat him a couple of times before that, but I thought to myself, he was very beatable.
100.
But I genuinely think that this year he has gone maybe up a notch. He has found a level that maybe even he didn't think he had. I'm not just
100.
referencing that 117 average from Monday, which is the second best average we've seen in live league history.
100.
I just get the feeling that his game is blossoming to a point where he could maybe get back to Pro Tour Darts next year.
100.
And when the Challenge Tour does come back, I think he's going to be a factor.
40.
He had a high out yesterday of 122. The next best, Robert Thornton. So Robert was the
97.
bridesmaid in a lot of categories yesterday. And he might be the bridesmaid in this game as well. He's going to get embroiled in a battle for second spot at this rate.
65. Kevin, you require 100.
This is the highest checkout from yesterday, the 122. He did it with 2 treble 18s and double 7. This time it's not going to go.
56. Robert, you require 142.
A lot of people like the 17s on this shot. But Robert is a little bit more traditional,
58.
using the 60
Kevin, you
if it
require
can be
66.
used. 1 dart a double. A lot of these conversions were made yesterday.
46.
But on this occasion, I think
Robert,
that
you
may have
require
slipped.
84.
As you saw from that camera angle, it was halfway between the treble and the double. Great first start. Not so good second.
60.
And just a little bit, like I said in the last
Kevin, you
match, a
require
bit of a
20.
broken compass shot there. He'd be disappointed not to have taken that.
50.
And I think Burness will be even more disappointed that he didn't take that.
Robert, you require 24.
Should be 2-1.
Game
Oh, and it
shot on
is,
the
but
third
only
leg,
just.
Robert Thornton.
Oh, that was close to the double 13, wasn't it? It was really close. And I think when Robert let that out of his hand, he was thinking for just a millisecond, is that in double 13? Well, good news, Robert, is it was in double 6.
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
Kevin will start leg number
Game.
4. Not just a very healthy points total for Kevin,
99.
but a leg difference that you can only dream of really after one day. Plus 13. Even with
140.
all of his potential opponents, having played one match, and of course playing Robert in this, he is still 11 legs
100.
clear of the next challenger in leg difference. That's Matt Dennett. And another stat that Burness is ahead in is overall online Darts Live League win percentage. There's some impressive win percentages in there. Burnett with 61%,
140.
Thornton with 54, Jamie Kelling with 51. These are all before play started today. But Kevin Burness
100.
at 71. That's in the elite level of win percentages in all of the competitors who have taken part.
130.
And this is an elite leg to try and re-establish that two-leg gap.
$43.
Hasn't been
Kevin, you require
the
32.
highest of standards in this game,
Game shot on the
but
fourth
things have
leg.
just gone up
Kevin
a notch
Burnett.
because that is a 13 darter from Kevin Burness. He has now got plenty of chances to bag a 6th consecutive win here in Group C, and I just don't think there's any way he's going to not make it through to the finals.
Fifth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
You just can't envisage it. He's been too consistent. He's picking up too many easy legs.
140.
And he's got that solid foundation of those 10 points yesterday. Even if he does slip up and only picks up, let's say,
85.
2 wins today, I still think that's enough. After this game is played, of course, you whittle things down one by one. The possibility of the perfect day is whittled down to 3 players, not 5 or 6. And then we will have matches later in the schedule where winner versus winner
78.
will become the opportunity for us to whittle that down even more. And the more that Kevin Burness wins, the more important it is for the others to follow suit.
45.
Better from Thornton.
140.
Kevin could have 6 from here. A 140 and a 96 check out. It sounds
100.
easier than it is.
Robert, you require 109.
Well, he has got a shot at a 136 to bank himself 2 more points.
41. Kevin, you require 136.
Not quite. 35 points have gone,
95.
and that is 60 more.
Robert, you require 68.
Double 4 to keep this match alive.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Tidy as you
Robert
like.
Thornton.
It's almost like he saw something on the floor and said, okay, I'll just sweep that up. Thank you very much. As easy as that. It is now 2-3. And Burness will look to finish things off by
Kevin
4 legs to 2 now on the throw.
Game on.
Average of around 85.
96.
Thornton a little bit behind him. Robert's best average yesterday was 93.
140.
Overall for the day was around 85 himself. Now he did play better
59.
in his first week of action back in week 2 of Phase 1, where he won Group A and was 1 win away from winning the weekly title against Chaz Barstow in a head-to-head. But when he went to Niedenhausen for the Super Series 3,
28.
he picked up wins every day and more day on day.
100.
I don't think he is 100% comfortable playing here. We've not seen a lot of the greatness from Thornton, but we have seen little glimmers of it.
100.
Maybe he's just putting himself under a bit too much pressure. But I suppose the way he plays the game,
66.
that's how he plays wherever he goes. Maybe we're going to see the best of him in the middle portion of the day. That's where he genuinely does play his best stuff.
135.
But he's going to need this. That one is well outside the epicenter.
79. Kevin, you require 97.
Burness's last chance to finish the match was 136. This is a bit easier. And it's just got easier still.
57.
Oh, look at those, though. Right on the wire.
Robert,
He
you require
genuinely thought
56.
that was that. Now it might be a one-leg shootout. Oh, that one shot out of the gun.
42. Kevin, you require 40.
And this is what you want in your first game. 3 darts in hand. And a big double to finish the job. That's a third one on the wire.
Game shot.
But it's not a fourth. That was a
Kevin
really,
Burnett.
really good performance from Kevin Burness. He has played better than that this week. You can see from the 82.99 average, that is under what he's been doing. But sometimes you have to start and just get the points. He is now on 12 in the table. He's going to take some catching. Jamie Kelling will take on Richie Burnett next. And I think Richie Burnett on 4 points may have to win this game. Otherwise, he's going to be in trouble. He might not make the top 2. Hello and welcome back. With one round of matches completed for each player in today's Group C action, we will now turn our attention to Richie Burnett and Jamie Kelling, who will be the first 2 players to play their second match of Friday's session. We have a strip clash again. Both wearing the same shirt. So Jamie Kelling is the taller of the 2. But how would you not recognise Richie Burnett? If he's wearing a bin bag, he'd recognise him because he is world famous in our sport. But in relation to this group, things are about to get very, very interesting. If you are Kevin Burness, who has just bagged his 6th consecutive win in this group, you'd want Richie Burnett to win this match. And I'll tell you why. Burnett is currently on 4 points. Jamie Kelling's on 6, alongside Matthew Dennant and Robert Thornton. That stops Jamie Kelling from getting to 8 points within 4 of Kevin Burness.
Okay, first leg, it's Jamie to
and it
throw
would ensure
first.
that 4
Game
players would be duelling for 1 spot in the finals. Diogo Portela looks like he's cut adrift at the bottom on 2.
100.
But with Burness playing the way he is and hoovering up points, it is going to be like Brighton Pier
60.
with a bag of chips on the floor and 4 seagulls pecking for the scraps. And the reason I use that analogy is
55.
because a very tasty smoked mackerel sandwich that I was eating in the winter on Brighton Pier was pecked out of my hands by some larceny-induced seagull, and I'm still bitter
137.
about it. It was a beautiful sandwich, that. Anyway, enough about my eating habits.
121.
I saw an incredibly amusing thing on Instagram yesterday about the origins of nicknames, which I'm sure will find its way to your feed at some point today.
180.
But it's not darts nicknames, just general nicknames. I like the stories of the origins of darting nicknames.
58. Richie, you require 100.
There are some horrible nicknames in this sport, but there are some very applicable ones. Especially Richie's being the Prince of Wales. He decides to give
92.
Kelling a shot by not
Jamie,
going
you require
14 ball.
167.
It was a risky player.
60.
Looks like it's about to pay off.
Richie, you require 32.
Double 16. Needs to find a double early.
Game
And
shot on the
does so.
first leg. Richie Burnett.
No emotion on the face of Richie Burnett there, and that's a good thing, because earlier in the day when he was playing Matt Dennett, he had real trouble in closing out early.
Second leg, it's
By
Richie
doing it
to throw first.
in this game here, just get the
Game
feeling
on.
he can bolster his confidence a little by little.
$97.
The Sporty Stuff TV Trophy champion from last Saturday night will not want to go home after Friday. He will
99.
want to have another crack at a Saturday night because, let's not forget, you can't make the Champions Group if you don't qualify for Saturday night.
60.
If you're eliminated from Group A, you come into Groups B and C. But if you're eliminated from Group C and B, you aren't going to make the Champions Group in Week
47.
5. The top 3 players from Saturday night will progress to Champions Week. 3 players from tomorrow, 3 players from next Saturday night, and the following 2 Saturday nights.
180.
So the urgency must come now if Richie Burnett wants Champions Week and the chance at that
38.
£5,000
Richie,
prize.
164.
It seems to be going his way so far.
60.
After a very good 4-0 win against Diogo Portela in Game 2, nothing seems to have clicked in Game 2 for Jamie.
96.
He is going to require
Richie, you require
a comeback
104.
in this match if he wants to double his points.
$88.
Yesterday we saw James Richardson hit a 140 to leave double 2 on purpose. For a second there, I thought Richie might leave double two after hitting a ton.
Richie, you require 16.
Back to a familiar bed.
12.
And this time he isn't able to
Jamie
get it in 3
require
darts.
87.
And Kelling can reel him in. And that single 2 made everything more difficult.
Richie, you require 4.
It didn't give him the option of 20 and bull at the end of the checkout. Double 1.
No score.
And that is why Richie Burnett
Jamie,
is only on 4
40.
points. He has missed too many doubles this week.
Game shot on the
Jamie
second
Kelling
leg.
does
Jamie
take
Kelling.
advantage. Definitely a leg he shouldn't have had. Burnett, I said early, needed nice, accurate shots at doubles. He got it in leg 1, but leg 2, he reversed to type from his first match today. Lots of misses have cost him.
Third leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Kevin Burness will return after a short break.
96.
And will take on Matt Dennant in the next match. And if he wins that match, I think he's there. I think he's in the top 2. He's guaranteed.
95.
I just don't see anybody catching him. Unless he loses all 4 matches that he has left. And a couple of players have a really, really incredible day.
95.
Well, Richie lost his first match of the day against Matt. Jamie had that great start against Diogo. And after that let-off in leg 2, maybe things are starting to click for Kelling.
180.
The leg is still in his hands here. If he gets a 140 or a maximum. Look at this for a response. Oh, yeah.
180.
I said the leg was in his hands. All he had to do was leave a finish. Take the finish. Leg's yours. Sixteens or 19s. He knows what to do.
56.
Correct
Jamie
choice,
require
in my opinion. 170 is easier than 167. 60 for bull.
41.
Again, that last dart. Just
Richie
putting him
require
on a number
170.
that should have been smaller.
$134.
Talk about pressure.
Jamie, you require 89.
Does he get a shot at the bull this time from an 80-plus checkout? Yes, he does, and he guarantees it.
48.
There's been a lot of darts this week going
Richie
for that bullseye
require 36.
that have missed by quite some weight. Double 9. Oh, no. He is having a real tiff with double 18 and
28.
double 9 today.
Jamie, you require 41.
And Kelling
Game shot
is
on
the
third
opportunistic
leg.
seagull,
Jamie
and he's getting more chips than Richie Burnett. He's obviously a bit more hungry for a Friday morning. It is a bit warmer outside today here at the Online Darts Live League, but it's getting
Richie
hotter
to
for
throw
JK.
first. Game on.
That face in the background tells you everything. He will have no clue
83.
of the face he's just pulled. But it was one of, well, I can't believe I got those chances.
100.
That's what this game's about. When you're behind an opponent, if you're an up-and-coming dart player or someone who wants to get better, you have to talk to yourself in your head before you grace the oche.
96.
And one of the strongest things you can say to yourself, especially towards the end of a leg, is, if you miss, I will hit.
180.
Another maximum from Kelling. Not his first of the day. And not his first
100.
of the match. In fact, that is the 5th of the match. But going back to what I was saying about that statement, if you miss, I hit. One half of that
57.
statement is speculative. One half is ultra positive. You focus on the ultra positive bit. Okay, if you miss, I will hit. It's not I might hit, I could hit, I will hit. Will Jamie Kelling hit the 164? Bullseye for it. Second time in a row at the bullseye's pulled it left. But you have to say that was a spectacular try. Oh, that is a beautiful bullseye. Bad news for JK. Oh, the pressure's on.
50.
Look at the reaction
Jamie, you require
of Richie Burnett.
36.
It's pain and anguish for him.
Game shown the full flag.
And it's Jamie Kelling who goes 3-1 up, somewhat ironically, because that is the bed that Richie Burnett has really fallen out with over the course of the first two games today. 3-1 to Kelling after being 1-0 down.
Game on.
It's a good performance from Kelling. 88 average, just under that of Richie's at 89. But 60% on the doubles.
59.
That is the difference. Now, in the first game that Richie played, he was 1 from 11 shots on the outer ring. In this game, he's 1 from 13.
100.
So it doesn't take a mathematician to figure out that pattern. And as a dart player myself, when you're missing that many doubles, it drives you up the wall. You feel like if you look at your fingernails, you're going to have drywall under your fingernails because you've been climbing the walls that much.
100.
And if Kelling does get the 2 points from this position, which is looking
60.
likely, he will impose a 4-point gap between himself and Richie Burnett as we go into the middle portion of today's play.
140.
It would mean that Burnett would have to be perfect in his final 3 games to have any chance. That still might not be enough.
57. Richie, you require 161.
Oh, he fancied it. Just trying to use that 161 as a bit of a catalyst. And this could be a break of throw in this match.
24.
This has been a very tidy leg.
Game shown
Much better. And even when he gets a 14 darter and he finds double 12 with his second effort, he still wafts it away. He waves it off as if to say, where have you been? But it's 3-2 now and he still has a chance of getting the points. Earlier in the week, Aaron Monk was cruising against Robert Thornton.
134.
Thornton won 4-3. So what's to say that Jamie was cruising at 3 legs to 1, that Richie can't come back?
140.
Well, every leg is different. Every leg is a fresh opportunity to kick forward.
95. 57.
Every player today using a standard shaped flight. Hexagonal. 6 sides to each side.
58.
That's what we call the standard shape. We saw the kite shape from Scott Marsh last night. But a lot of traditional setups today.
100.
No weird and wonderful kit. Martin Adams, who was through to the finals for the week, he's using something a little bit different. A shape that I've never seen before until last year.
96.
But I've got to get a hold of some of those Richie Burnett flights. I think they're perfect. They're a great representation of who he is.
81.
I do believe those flights are modelled on the shirt that he wore when he won the world title. or one of his famous shirts that he used to wear. And
Game
Richie
shown
Burnett
sick flag.
has taken
Richie
118
Burnett.
to equalise at 3-3. This game is very much alive. Yes, he went 18s first, and I don't agree with that. But he got the right beds anyway. He got the single, followed by the treble, and then the double. And he's finally starting to hit some doubles.
$100.
It's not that Jamie Kelling has offered him easy chances in the last couple of legs. Burnett played brilliantly. And that dart's getting a proper stare.
$84.
The Burnett averages over 93.5 now. To beat Richie Burnett, you've not only got to be very good on the dartboard, you've got to be strong in mind. It's like playing the crazy frog on a day he's had a creative Red Bull.
$140.
Really good stuff. A 1 dart lead with 9 darts thrown. Burnett's still in this. He'll be thinking, just give me one chance.
97.
1 dart at a double to win this match, to stay in it, to make it really interesting behind Burnett in the table. Burness, sorry. It's not the first time I've done that this week.
140.
$140 to leave. Tops go high or go low. He's done it before. Done it right. Had some extra sauce on it.
76.
But it's not in his hands. Best game of the morning so far. Results in a match start for Jamie Kelling. And he's pinged it. What a great shot and a great game. Both players, both smiling at the end. But Richie Burnett is all but eliminated, you think, sitting on 4 points with 3 games remaining. But Jamie Kelling, as you can see, 87.45 average. And the reason that Richie Burnett's average was so much better is because of legs number 6 and number 5, because he won them handsomely. But it's not enough. As Kelling gets to 8 points, he's now in second spot. Kevin Burness, who plays Matt Dennett now, is looking to get to an unassailable 14 points potentially. Hello and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. We've seen some drama in the last match with Jamie Kelling getting into second spot in the table with 8 points. He's still swimming in his quest to get to the other side. But Matt Dennett now has to respond against the league leader, Kevin Burness. You do feel that this battle in the middle of the table between Kelling, Dennett and Thornton is going to go
100.
to the wire. We now have Kelling on 8 points, Dennett's on 6, Thornton is on 6.
95.
But this is an important game for Burness as well. Even though he's still got a 4-point gap at the top of the table, if he can win a 7th consecutive match in this group, he will create that 6-point gap, that guaranteed 6-point gap, as we finish the second round of matches. And after that, he's not going to be caught. Someone could potentially get to his points total. Someone could get to 14. But if he's already there, it's top 2 in the group. He's going to be safe.
100.
So at this early stage of Friday, this is his first final. He could win any one of his next 4 matches and be all right.
You require 126.
But right now, I know exactly what Kevin Burness is thinking. We'll come back to that in a second, because Matt Dennett's going for the bull.
96. Kevin, you require 116.
Double 18.
98.
Not quite.
You require 31.
That second dart was a perler. Double 8 for Matt Dennett.
15.
I just get the feeling, even though I am a huge fan of Matt's, he misses too many doubles.
Game shown the first leg.
Kevin Burness does not miss too many doubles, especially in this group. Everything seems to be going his way. Is it destiny for him to potentially go through this group on the top? Well, you see in that graphic there, he is on the top with 12 points. Is he destined to get a 3rd weekly title in 3 tries?
83.
He came into Group 4
140
in Phase 1 and won that. Worked really hard for it. And then he won Group 5 as well.
140.
Or should I say Week 5? Lots of phases, weeks and groups.
60.
This is Phase 2, of course, where it's all about making Champions Week. Now, we can talk and wax lyrical about the brilliance of Burness today and yesterday, and of course during the week. But if he doesn't make the top 3 tomorrow night, it all counts for nothing. Another. It just feels
96.
like Burness is playing on a different level to everybody else. Has he been fortunate to get certain points? He's been fortunate to get certain legs.
140. Kevin, you require
but his stats
48.
are not lying. He has been playing better than everyone. Double top.
Game shown
He's
the
doing it
second
again.
leg. Kevin Burnett.
14 darter, 2-0 up, cantering towards this finishing line of 14 points potentially. If he gets to 16 over the next couple of games, he definitely won't be caught.
Game on.
Well, like I was saying in the middle of that last leg, what will Kevin be thinking right now?
96.
Is he relaxed? Is he just playing darts? No. I know exactly what he's thinking. That is, I'm not losing a game in this group.
59.
That's my motivation. I want 20 points. And that's a very healthy attitude. He tends to time
58.
his vocal aggression, and yesterday we saw it at the very end when he beat Robert Thornton with 103 average. He tends to keep everything inside
83.
until he wants to let it out. The only other time we've seen anything vocal from him this week was when he put that 117 average in on Monday. And I have to say, that came out of the blue. He played brilliantly the game before that in averaging 102, and we thought, wow, great game.
59.
But I didn't expect him to go and average 15 more.
$134.
I think only elite players would say that they expect to average 117. The likes of De Souza, Wright, and Van Gerwen.
95. Matt, you require 154.
First time in this match that Matt Dennett has had 6 darts from a finish.
96.
And he's going to come back for tops. He's going to be under pressure. You just know it's coming. Only goes for the maximum. Ooh, that was a bit frisky.
Matt, you require 58.
And I think that has unsettled Matt a little bit.
Game
Oh,
shot, the
not
third
so
leg,
though.
Matt Dennant.
Really good recovery. He was on the canvas in that leg. He was just waiting to be taken out and be put 3-0 down. But that recovery on tops was exemplary from the scholar.
Game on.
And that little smirk from Kevin there was as if to say, I almost had you 3-0.
140.
You missed that. I'm taking my shot, and I'm going to throw for 4-0. And one of the reasons I mentioned that about Kevin in the last leg, about his desire to get to 20 points, is because I remember going to Q school a few seasons ago, and I had so many points after the first 3 years of Q school that I knew I was going to be safe.
96.
On the Saturday night, after losing in the final of the Saturday qualifier against Richie Burnett, fully enough, I said to myself,
100.
I'm going there to win tomorrow. I'm going to break people's hearts. That was my motivation. Because darts is not a team sport when you play on the tour.
78.
I thought, I'm taking them all out.
21.
What did I do on the Sunday? I did that. It's the same kind of attitude. It's ruthlessness.
81.
And that is a very nice leave after 12. He is being ruthless today.
140. Kevin, you require
I can't
40.
envisage him missing this.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Kevin
Prove me
Burness.
right. Playing very well again. 13 darter there. And the average will go up even more. Matt Dennett is going to have to find a new level in this online darts live league in the next 3 legs if he stands any chance of getting 2 points.
$99.
The average is in 3 figures. Oh, that is really, really unfortunate. When he under-pitches a dart a little bit and hangs it over a dart that's already in the 60, it does have the likelihood sometimes to lose its momentum and drop to the floor. Doesn't happen very often.
100.
It's just the nature of physics. And with a small visit there, he has invited Burness back in. If he wins this 4-1, it won't just be 14 points.
59.
It will be plus 18 in leg difference as well. And the next challenger, who is Dennett currently on plus 2, if he loses 4-1, he'll go to minus 1.
40.
And then the next challenger will be Jamie Kelling, 17 legs behind him.
140.
That is the equivalent of another win.
90.
Double 15. Got to throw this hard.
60.
Not quite enough.
22.
And this is his biggest finish of the week. Looking for another one.
97.
So a match start has come and gone. Got Got to fix this situation now, and he's not going to
No
do
score.
it. That's a bust.
Kevin, you require 25.
Matt is not happy. Match may be over.
Game shot and the match.
Just too
Kevin
good on
Burnett.
the outer ring. He's averaging too well, playing too consistently, and quite frankly, on the outer ring, he's just been more likely to hit doubles than anybody else. There you see it, 57% on the doubles, and the best average we've seen today so far, coming from the man who has 14 points from 14 possible points. So he's going to take some stopping. He is going to be in the finals now, you have to say. An unassailable advantage at the top. But next, in match number 6, it's Robert Thornton, who needs to get a move on against bottom-placed Brazilian Diogo Portela. Will commence in a second, and with Kevin Burness now on 14 points at the top of the table, I don't think he's going to be caught. But Diogo Portela, if he has any sort of chance, will have to win every match from here. Maybe he believes that he's not going to get through this group anyway. It's extremely unlikely. But Robert Thornton is now embroiled in a battle in the middle of the table. He is alongside Matt Dennett on 6 points. And after losing his first game of the day against tabletopper Burness, he can now focus on the people around him in not only getting his own points, but depriving them of their own. His next 2 matches are against Diogo and against Dennett. In second spot, you have Jamie Kelling on 8 points.
Okay, first leg, it's Diogo to throw first. Game on.
And Robert will play Jamie Kelling in game 11. But with Robert finishing his campaign against his old mate Richie Burnett, and Jamie Kelling finishing his
96
against Matt Dennett in game 15, the last game of the group, it could be a case of Robert Thornton having to wait to see if he's done enough.
100.
Before we get to that point, he must beat Diogo. He did yesterday. It wasn't a great game. They both averaged 80.
121.
And they had a lot of trouble on doubles. 23% for Robert, only 11% for Diogo. So he's got to be more accurate today.
121.
Got to stay in a nice rhythm, stay in a nice mood for a period of about 15 minutes. That's the key to playing this format.
58.
As for Diogo, maybe he's just wanting to have that one explosive performance that bolsters his confidence going forward. I think even he would say that he's not getting enough competitive action right now, but I think a lot of amateur players are saying that. He should get himself involved in modern amateur darts action, which is
100.
going to be dominating, I think, the amateur game towards the end of 2021. So much happening.
100.
Lovely leave
Diogo,
from Thornton after 4 visits.
126.
Nice live for a 57. There she is.
101. Robert,
Dips it in the green again, but he wanted a different colour. Double 10. He knows how important this is.
Game shot in the first leg. Robert Thornton.
And that one is just a nice settler. He has been missing too many doubles this week, Robert Thornton, very much like his old friend Richie Burnett. But just like Richie in his earlier match, he gets the last dart conversion and is 1-0 up.
Game on.
Best leg of this group from Robert, an 11 darter. Just the one. But that is the best leg we've seen from any player. We did, of course, get a leg yesterday where Diogo hit back-to-back maximums.
96.
And he was threatening a fantastic 9-darter, which I'm sure he would have dedicated to his uncle Ricardo, who unfortunately passed away recently.
96.
We did get a 9-darter in Group A from James Richardson. Just to give you an indication of how strong Group A was.
100.
The best legs delivered by Group A combatants. 11-darter from Martin Adams, 4 times. A 9 from James Richardson.
140.
An 11-darter from Aaron Monk. 3 11-darters from Kevin Burness. Best leg of 12 from Richie Burnett. And again, it was an 11 for Robert in Group A. But as far as Diogo's concerned, he's the only person in this group who has not had a winning leg of 5 visits or less. His best leg that he has delivered is 16.
121.
And somewhat surprisingly, yesterday we only got 3 ton plus checkouts.
$56. Robert, you require 99.
Put a flake in it, Robert. Doesn't have to go tops. And that's why he didn't.
59.
He's too smart for that. Robert, of course, is part of Team Thornton. He's the talent.
100.
But the brains of the operation is
Robert,
Christine Thornton, his
40.
wife. I don't think he would mind me saying that. Christine's a wonderful woman.
20. Diogo, you require 108.
Going to go 19s, is he, or 20s? Well, one of the reasons why people go to 19s on that shot is because if you drag the dart left like he did there, a single 7 leaves 101, which is still possible. 103 you can't get into.
76. Robert, you require 20.
Double 10.
Game shot on the second
In
leg.
she goes.
Robert
And this time he
Thornton.
gets it in 1, in leg number 1. He got it on dart 3 on double 5. So he's just going in the right direction, plodding along and just taking legs away from Diogo because he's not scoring to the same level. One thing that is new to the life of Robert Thornton over the last few years is driving. When I first met him in 2008, he couldn't drive. But then he made a commitment. It was around
125.
I think 4 or 5 years ago, he said, I'm going to learn to drive. And when he did, it was quite incredible. He went from being someone who relied on public transport to someone who drives everywhere.
44.
He's turned into Noddy. He bought himself a car. I can't say it for advertising reasons what kind of car it is, but
45.
Robert Thornton and his car go hand in hand now. They are a team. He absolutely loves that car. And not for the first time in this group, we see a Robin Hood for Diogo Portela. That may be a ruined stem right there.
$125.
That's bad news for Portela again. Yes, when that point hits that plastic stem, there's only one result. Smash. I remember when stems were about 10 pence a packet when I was a kid. Such an old person thing to say, isn't it? Nowadays, they're about 10 times that, at least. But they are made of better materials these days. You didn't have much choice when I was growing up. Nowadays, there's plastic stems, aluminium stems, carbon fibre stems, all sorts. They've even got stems that are moulded onto the flights. Diogo's practice partner from yesterday, Simon Whitlock, makes his own stems out of lolly sticks. 3-0 beckoning.
26.
Gives it the old Scottish ach.
Diogo, you require 90.
If he stands any chance in this game, you feel he's got to hit this. Bullseye.
65.
Can only find half of it.
Robert, you require 40.
There have been times where Robert has been able to hit tops with his eyes closed. It's not performing for him at the minute.
20.
And 40 in total hasn't either.
Diogo, you require 25.
Double 8.
Game shot.
Nice
the
shot.
Third leg. Diogo Portela.
Just trying to have a little bit of fun, you sense there, Diogo, by hitting that 25 checkout. He stops Robert Thornton from having the possibility of getting a bagel win by 4 legs to nil. But Robert comes back now to try and press his advantage home to get to 3-1.
86.
If someone is not going to qualify at this point of a group, they still have the opportunity to spoil other people's hopes. But when you look at the performance
57.
during this group on doubles, these are the two that aren't hitting the doubles
25.
the way they should, as well as Richie Burnett, whose doubles percentage has plummeted today. But yesterday, they were in the bottom half of that statistic. And that's why they don't have more points.
60.
It's quite simple. They had plenty of chances yesterday.
$100.
Even though he's been playing in a black polo shirt for over a year now, I'm still getting used to watching Robert Thornton in black. To me, he is still
60.
The little Scotsman, the world master that walked into the Shoalhaven Heads Bowling Club back in 2008, who was the life and soul of the room.
126.
I took to him immediately. I thought to myself, within a week of meeting him, I was meant to be friends with this guy. I still believe that to this day.
39. Robert, you require 64.
Double top. Misses that again.
44.
Misses tens again. I'll tell you one thing. If he sent Christine in to have a word with tops and tens, it would start getting hit, because tops and tens, I think, would be too afraid not to be hit.
Robert, you require 20.
Double five. And the confidence is starting to sap on the old doubles department, but maybe that little pause just before that 10 segment was hit was exactly what he required. Just an extra breath before he takes a 3-1 lead. And he is definitely looking like he's going to be equaling Jamie Kelling's total of 8 points.
$84.
Jamie Kelling is playing Kevin Burness in the next match. If Kelling doesn't pick up a win, that's an opening for Matt Dennett and for Richie Burnett. Sorry, for Robert Thornton. And funnily enough, look who's playing each other in their next match. Dennett and Thornton.
39.
Based on the scenario that comes from the next match, Burness and Kelling. We will then look at the permutations
83
of the two who are the most vertically challenged in this group, in Robert and Matt. Not that that's a bad thing in darts. I actually think it's an advantage. Lower centre of gravity.
90.
Robert's averaging 84 in this match, and that's good enough.
81.
It's very reminiscent of what he's done all group long.
$59.
With no trouble there, Thornton can find his way to a finish here with something big. That's spot on.
80.
But it turns out to be rather mediocre. I was talking to Diogo this morning about the possibility of using intermediate length stems to see if he could get a bit more stability with his flight. It's something he's going to try.
$87.
He did say to me that he wouldn't mind having a coaching session with me, and I said, after this week, I think I need a bit of a break. I've been working a lot lately, and I've been surveying a lot of people's throws. But I'd love to work with him sometime in the future, if he does need it.
77.
He's got a lot of talent, a lot of desire, and a great work ethic. But it isn't going to be his week. Double top.
And
he's found it. There you go.
Thornton.
A really good win for Robert Thornton, which drags him into the race for second spot. But over the course of that game, he really couldn't find tops until the very end. Steady 84 average, 84.72 is really where he's been all group long. 23% on the doubles. That has got to change. That has got to get better. But for Diogo, he's not going to get through this group now, so he has a spoiler opportunity in his next 3 matches. So, Kevin Burness will now take on Jamie Kelling, and the quest for that second spot is now into Jamie Kelling's corner. So, let's get into that match next. Hello and welcome back to Group C action here on Friday morning in the United Kingdom via the Online Darts YouTube channel and via your favourite bookmaker streaming services. Please gamble responsibly, over 18s only, of course, as we go into this fantastic match where we see the top two in the table going head to head. Kevin Burness, who is full of a jovial nature. I mentioned that these two are the top of the table. Well, if you look at Thornton and Kelling, they're both very, very close. So Jamie is on third spot on leg difference, but if he can find a win here, he will bolster his chances of getting in the top two. But the biggest narrative for this game is that Kevin Burness will mathematically be the number one in this group.
First leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
At this midpoint of the schedule, if he wins again.
99.
Looking bulletproof at Group C is Kevin Burness. 7 consecutive wins.
100.
And he has the perfect 20 on his mind. Now, I haven't looked back
60.
at every single Group C over the course of the last couple of months, but I'm pretty certain that nobody has got 20 points.
78.
I know Colin Osborne got 18. So imagine your level of confidence going into a Saturday finals if you go through a group
100.
undefeated. The best total we got from a Group A was 26 from Mike Warburton, where he won 13 games from 15, and that was some effort.
97.
But imagine winning 10 from 10. That would be something.
140.
Another thing with this game is it's not going to be slow, because they're both rapid.
$46. Kevin, you require 102.
This is game 7. Dennett and Portela will be next for the middle match.
88.
Well, that was an error. Unless he really likes double 7, but nobody likes double 7.
100. Kevin, you require 14.
I think it was just a miscount. On the bright side, 3 darts at a double.
Game shot in the first leg. Kevin
leg
Burnett.
goes to Kevin Burness. You don't see that very often, where someone leaves double 7 on purpose, but that's twice this week that he has done that with a 122 checkout and, of course, that 14
Second
checkout
leg,
there.
it's
So
Jamie to
everything's
throw
coming up
first.
Burness.
Game on. $140. 94.
I said earlier in the week that Kevin Burness has got a look about him, which is very similar to Greg Wallace from MasterChef UK. And if you look at him, he's got a bit of Steve Jobs about him as well.
45.
Well, he's definitely the wealthiest person in this group, because he's got more points than anybody.
180.
And he is flying with confidence now. Just look at that little pointing to the board. Very reminiscent of Bob Anderson. Maybe not as aggressive.
100.
But he thinks that nobody's going to beat him. And he might be right. What he's doing here is he's playing simple darts. He knows that he's got the right kit in his hand. He knows that his rhythm is good. His mind is settled. He's playing with no
81.
pressure. And this is what he can do.
90.
Yeah, the best average
80.
of anybody in this group in the
Jamie,
last
you
match
require 135.
today, of course. Well, looking at 60 bull. Just get the
99.
feeling the way that Kevin's
Kevin, you
playing here,
require
he
10.
might better that 97-89 average he got against Dennett.
Game shot on the
it's
second
looking
leg.
good.
Kevin Burnett.
2-0 up. Jamie Kelling's chances of getting second spot are being dealt a little bit of a blow here. But maybe with the form book, we are seeing the right person in front. 2-0. And he's too closer to another 4-0 victory.
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
When I say another 4-0 victory, he hasn't had one in this group, but he has had some in the other group.
81.
In fact, yesterday was a bit of an anomaly because Group C, in its entirety on Thursday, did not serve up one 4-0 victory.
137.
We actually got our first 4-0 in Jamie Kelling's first performance of the day against Diogo.
47.
Where he really did play well, averaging just shy of 92.5. He's going to need a lot of good darts from here if he's going to get out of this hole. 190 behind. On Burness's throw.
100.
As much as I like Jamie Kelling and as much as I think he's a good player, I just can't envisage Burness losing.
59.
I once heard Sid Waddell say it, the only reason he's going to lose this match is if his arm falls off. I remember
97.
spitting out my soup when that was said.
24.
61 left.
130.
He leaves something very small. One thing is for certain, he's not going to be leaving 7-7 in this leg. But if he gets to 3-0, it'll be another blow to Jamie. 4-4. Change of body position.
Game shot the third.
Everything is going right. You can see the motivation, not just in his body language, but in his eyes. He really doesn't want to lose a game in this group, and he's very close to getting another win.
Fourth leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
I said the bad news kept coming for Jamie. Well, he's playing improved darts today. More evidence of it there.
80.
With that first maximum of the match. But if this goes down to leg difference, this is not good news for him. At the start of this game, you saw the graphic where Jamie was in third spot.
45.
By virtue of being one leg behind Thornton. But if he loses 4 legs to 0, his leg difference will plummet
51.
to -3, and he will be 5 legs behind Thornton.
$45.
Can Burness finish with a perfect 6? We saw the 350 and 6 from Andy Jenkins back
99.
in week 1 of Phase 1. And that is the rarest thing you see, apart from the 167 3 times for the 9. That's
39.
never been seen. That's the golden goose. Someone's got to try it at some point.
137.
But we saw Andy take out the 180 and the 170 to back it up. It doesn't really matter what Kelling does here.
180.
And even though it's a maximum, he could still lose this match at this visit. Combination on tops. Yeah, I'll have that, thank you very much. A spectacular display from Kevin Burness, who can't do a thing wrong today. And he's just served up his first bagel in this group. He is impervious to paying 93.94, even 16 darters for that performance. But the 50% checkout rate, that is what won him this match. Because look at Jamie Kelling, averaged 92 almost, but didn't get a shot at a double. Just perfect timing from Iron Man. And he is definitely through to the finals now on 16 points. Middle match of the day is Burnett against Portela. That follows very, very shortly. And Burnett has got to get a win here. Otherwise, he's going to be cut adrift. It's going to be Wales versus Brazil now in this darts match here at the Online Darts Live League. And Richie Burnett, who has had some struggles today, we'll have to try and iron those out against our bottom placed person in the table in Diogo Portela. We could have some continued struggles in this match. Or maybe the pressure's off. Burnett on 4 points and a leg difference of -6. Will have some company on 4 points if he loses this match. Here's the man who has played a lot of darts since Saturday, starting to tire. Or is he about to have one last charge? That previous result of Jamie Kelling losing 4-0 to Kevin Burness, that's a good result for Richie Burnett. He's got to use it.
Okay, first leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
The reason I say that's a good result for Richie,
180.
and that's a great start to the match. That'll make him feel a little bit better, but that hasn't been the problem. Richie has it. The problem's been on the outer ring, not the inner ring. Kelling's leg difference has just gone down to -3. Richie's is at -6. Now, he's 4 points behind Jamie.
$100.
But Richie does have this match. He has a game against Burness himself and then a game against Robert Thornton. He's going to have to win all 3. And he's going to have to hope that his leg difference gets him through. So big
58.
wins are needed. It's now Robert Thornton who is taking charge of that second spot.
81.
And he will play Matt Dennett next, which is a massive match. Because if he beats Dennett, he will create a 4-point gap to Matt Dennett. And importantly, get a 2-point gap
85.
to Jamie Kelling.
Richie requires
So the
140.
urgency for Burnett in this match. Well, he has to start well, and he has to continue it
60.
to the very end. But the likelihood, with the fixtures remaining, is that he's not going to make it. And you won't get Richie Burnett on Saturday night. And that's sad.
96. Richie, you require 80.
He's not going to go 2 double tops, I can assure you of that. Or 2 double 18s. But he is going to go for double 12.
56.
Every dart is getting so much attention. In yesterday's match, it was a narrow win for Richie.
43.
After Diogo put up a
Richie
good
require
fight.
24.
4 legs to 3 it was. Richie will be hoping for something a little bit more authoritative.
18.
Yet again. The outer ring has been absolutely cursing him. The outer ring is laughing at Richie Burnett right now. And the only way Richie's going to get even is if he hits this double 3.
Richie require 6. Game shot on the
Terrific
first
dart.
leg. Richie Burnett.
You see no hesitancy when he blocks the bed with that first one. He knows how his darts behave. He just throws it a little bit higher and glances it off the barrel
Second leg, it's
into
Diogo
the
to
requisite
throw
bed.
first. Game on.
Unfortunately for Diogo, he started a little bit slowly in this game, which seems to have been the pattern for the
100.
day. And he's been chasing from the off. Lost his very first game against Burness yesterday.
140.
And if he doesn't have a great deal of experience playing against Richie Burnett, just keep your distance at the back of the room because you might get a kick in the shins, Diogo. And there's no yellow cards here.
96.
And maybe there should have been a yellow card for Aaron Monk last night. he was not a happy bunny.
$96.
That group will come to a climax tomorrow morning, of course, in the early hours. I hope you can join us for that after the Premier League has come to its conclusion. So, who's going to win that tonight? Will it be MVG? Will it be Aspinall? Will it be De Souza? Or will it be Clayton?
81.
It's got a new look to it. That's what's exciting about the Premier League playoffs tonight. Great stuff from Burnett, who is dipping his bread
180.
in the gravy once again. His second 180 of the match. He's looking too strong on the trebles.
57.
It's looking like
Richie
Richie's going to get
require
plenty
85.
of chances to win legs here. What he needs is a clean kill.
Game
Yeah,
show,
that'll
second
do.
Leg. Richie
And
Burnett.
that little flick of the eyebrows was as if to say, 12 darter with an 85 checkout on the end. That's better. We should have been doing that a bit more earlier.
It's Richie
2-0 up.
to throw first. Game on. $60.
One of the reasons he's 2-0 up is because he's steering clear of double 18, which has caused him most of his pain. That's the beautiful thing about the dartboard. There's thousands of different combinations in how to win a 5-1 leg.
45.
And if you can somehow craft a different way to win it, you can just make things a little bit different. You don't
59.
have to constantly bang on the same door. But there was a little grin there from Burnett when a very disappointed Diogo was walking back. And that grin was as if to say, I've got you.
60.
As dart players, we've all been there. We've all seen our opponent who is struggling. And when you say that to yourself, it's a really strong statement. I've said that to myself against some very, very good players. But there have
60.
been moments where I've thought, this is it. I've got you now. You're mine. It's a cool moment when that happens, I have to admit. I
58.
remember saying it to myself against Adrian Lewis in a World Championship. Right at the end, I thought, I've got you now. That dart is exactly why Richie Burnett gets annoyed. Because he finds it really hard to
60.
bypass it, to try and use that 60, because he's very stubborn on it. He doesn't like to switch a great deal. Speaking of Adrian Lewis, hasn't played a great deal of darts lately. I think a lot of pros haven't, but I will be fascinated to see what happens with Adrian over the next two Super Series.
95.
I think big questions are going to be asked of him over the next couple of months. I know it's cliche of me to say this, but I'd love him to get back to form. But as someone who is not in his inner circle,
100.
I don't know why he's
Richie
not playing his best
require
darts. It could be anything.
67.
It's easy to speculate, but I'm not going to do that. Is he going to leave double 14? Richie Burnett, 88 left.
99.
Not quite.
Diogo, you
So
require
Diogo gets his first
104.
chance to win a leg here. Hasn't had a shot at a double yet. Should get one now.
Game
Oh,
show on
that's
the
very
third
tidy.
leg. Diogo Portela.
Very, very good indeed. And he gets a nod of approval from Richie Burnett. I concur, Richie. I concur. A lot more people are going 16s route on 104. Why would that be? Let's get into that in the next leg, shall we?
First. Game on.
It's all about misses. And of course, if you go 20s, you hit a 5, you hit a 1 on a 104, you can't
98.
kill the shot with two darts. So where do you go? Do you go 18s? 18s is a little bit better, but if you hit the 1, you still can't leave the shot.
59.
If you hit a 4 on the other side, you still can go out. So 18s is a bit more forgiving. But in relation to 16s, if you get the 8 or the 7 on the other side,
60.
both missed singles on each side of the treble still leave you a shot. That's why a lot of people think 16s is the way to go. Now, I don't go 16s because I don't leave tops on purpose. I leave double 16 on purpose, so I go 18s. But if you are a tops merchant, 16s first makes so much more sense than anything else. There's a big topic of conversation between Wayne Mardle and Michael van Gerwen a couple of weeks ago.
93.
And I studied it a little bit, and I have to say that it seems to be the right way to go. There are many other ways to go for 104, of course. 19s first is quite popular
100.
because single 19, treble 19 leaves double 14. And of course, if you go either side of the 19, you've still got a single that leaves a shot. 3 leaves 101, 7 leaves 97.
60.
Oh, we had a Robin Hood earlier for
65.
Diogo Portela. Well, that almost was a Robin Hood, but it's hit the stem ring. And just when you think Burnett is going to press home his advantage and possibly get a big win here, Portela is fighting like Socrates in the back 4.
138.
I don't know where I plucked that from. He played in the 1986 World Cup, didn't he? Good pressure applied.
Diogo, you require 52.
But the shoulders of Burnett drop because he thinks he's not going to get a shot. Tops again.
Game shown the
Keep leaving it, Diogo. Keep leaving it. Because that 17 darter has got you level all of a sudden. He's not had anything go his way so far today. But over the course of the last 2 legs, he's been very, very good indeed.
Game on.
Superb from Richie Burnett, the 3rd maximum of the match. And with none from Diogo, if you've chosen to go most 180s for Burnett in this match, then you're looking very healthy.
100.
Many different markets that you can have a little flutter on, of course. The exact result, the winner of the game, 180s. Check your favourite bookmaker for that, but please gamble responsibly. You can't emphasise that enough.
139.
2 from 2 on the doubles for Diogo. 25% for Richie, but that's where he's been at most of the week.
97.
Since Monday and Tuesday, of course, where his doubles were so much better. They were actually twice as good as that. He was around 50% for the first couple of days, but since then, they've dropped massively.
82.
You may ask yourself, how would someone like Diogo
60.
maybe find that next
Richie
level?
require 100.
He has found a very high level before, but maybe he's on a bit of a mission to find that once again. Just an easy setup here for Burnett. I like that play. He was in front at 2-0, and it's likely he's going to be 3-2 up. But there are no guarantees.
84. Richie, you require 40.
Like earlier, when he got a 12 darter, he just needs to get it clean.
Game shown the 5th
And
leg.
it doesn't matter
Richie
whether it's in the middle, the left, or the bottom right like that one, as long as you get it in the right bed. He has 3-2 up now, and will have 2 opportunities to try and get his 6th point in the group.
Game on.
Yes, the level of Diogo's play in the last year. There have been some great displays. We talked about
44.
the 270 checkouts he took out against Martin Adams in a match last year. That was astounding. And at some point in last year's Live League, I don't know exactly when it was. I think it was around May time.
60.
He was playing some good stuff. He was putting in a couple of hundred averages. That's where we thought he's starting to kick on, like Richie Edhouse and Dave Evans and Jason Askew. And I think the pandemic has starved him of action.
140.
And he hasn't been able to sustain that. I actually played Portela in a Pro Tour match at Milton Keynes.
97.
And it was a heck of a game. He averaged 98 and I averaged 99. And he pushed me to the very brink in that match. But that was at a point where I was playing really well.
134.
I had a fantastic weekend at Milton Keynes. I picked up a fair bit of prize money and a couple of qualifying places in European Tour events, so he was playing me when I was confident.
100.
But he will have been very disappointed to lose that match because he played exceptionally well. But that's pro-level darts for you. When you're playing against confident tour card holders, they can
41.
do some very special things. Especially these days. The level of play on the Pro Tour is mind-boggling. Now, where does he go now? 19s.
57. Diogo, you require
6 darts from here.
42.
In order to get his first 5-visit leg win, he needed to hit that.
$125.
Well, the score comes whittling down. But he didn't want to leave 17. But like I always say, the only way to get 62 points is treble 15, 188.
59.
And if I have to
Diogo,
explain
you
that,
require 17.
no, I'm not going to bother. I shouldn't have to explain it. Double 4.
Game shown the sixth
Really,
leg.
really good.
Diogo Portela.
And it's 3-3 in this one. And I suppose the best statistic in this match is that Diogo Portela has not missed a double yet. The biggest trouble he has had is
Seventh
getting
and
there
final
soon
leg,
enough.
it's Richie to
Now it's a
throw
one-leg
first.
shootout.
Game on.
Having the darts and starting legs strongly on his throw.
140.
That is why he has been ahead most of the time in this match. He's had his throw broken once. He will hope it is not broken once more.
58.
Diogo will be back to play Matt Dennett in match 12. And he will also play the penultimate game
180.
of the group. But it's looking like defeat here will confine him to the bottom of the table.
$81.
In a one-leg shootout to post a 180 and a 140. That is world class no matter where you're playing. He simply won't be defeated.
140.
Extraordinary scoring from Burnett. 7 treble 20s in 9 darts in a one-leg shootout.
123.
And he gives it the dab.
Richie, you require 41.
I think even Richie appreciated that. That's a bit different. And I like that. Showmanship from the Brazilian.
Game
But he
shown
has
in the
been
match.
defeated with
Burnett.
Richie Burnett hitting an 11-darter. Absolutely fantastic way to finish that match off. His best leg of the day, and it's got him to 6 points. He is still in with a very narrow shout of making the top 2. We see the average of Burnett. Very impressive, actually, at 93.2. And the checkout percentage, better. So room for improvement still, but he has incrementally improved. Going into the next match, it's Robert Thornton against Matt Dennett. And in the quest for second spot, this is one of the biggest matches we could possibly have. Both men in the next match are in with a shout of getting that second spot. We know that Kevin Burness is going to be going through to the finals, and no one's going to catch him. But as far as second spot is concerned, this one is huge. Thornton on 8 points alongside Jamie Kelling with a better leg difference. So in second spot on his own. The 29-year-old from Walsall, though, Matt Dennett, has a chance to equalise Thornton's position on 8 points if he wins this match. As you can see on that graphic there, Thornton and Dennett have played 7 matches each. After their 8th game each, if Dennett wins by a certain margin here, he will take second spot for now. This is huge. And then Burnett will have to wait and see.
Okay, first leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
You might ask yourself, what is the best result here for Richie Burnett? It is a Matt Dennett win.
97.
Richie does not want Robert Thornton to get to 10 points. He wants Matt Dennett to get to 8. And that means that 3 players are still within 1 win for Richie Burnett. To drag himself into that race, he really does need the scholar to start ticking boxes.
$45. 85.
As far as the daily table is concerned, because you may have had a little side wager on that. Well, Kevin Burness is undefeated on 6 points for the day. Jamie Kelling is second on 4 points. Thornton, Dennett and Burnett are all on 2, with Diogo yet to score.
58.
This will close up the 3rd round of matches. Everybody will have played 3 after this. And we will have 6 remaining fixtures, which will start with Burnett against Burness. I can confirm as well,
64.
after having a little word with one of our backroom staff, that 2 players have previously made 18 points in Group C.
65.
One was Colin Osborne, who
Robert,
did
you
it in week
require
3.
76.
Scott Baker did it in week 8. Tops.
36.
Oof. How many times has he wired tops this week? Look at the 16s. Look at the double.
Game shot on the first
Look at the win
Matt
for Matt Dennett. That is a steal and a half. Just when Robert thinks, I've got this leg in the bag. Got it in the bag. It's just gone out of the bag. It's gone into Matt Dennett's bag. He's 1-0 up.
Second leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Scott Baker, who won week 8 Group C.
97.
Got 18 points and a leg difference of plus 23. That's a Group C record. Osborne got 18 points and plus 21.
28.
Now, Kevin Burness is currently on 16 and plus 22. So he's on course to have a Group C record. We'll come back to that in the next match. It just goes to show how dominant the performance has been from him. Because I remember that Scott Baker
83.
week 8 performance. It was destructive.
$81.
I like seeing these two go at it. Two men of shorter stature and very rapid in pace. They don't do a great deal of thinking when they play. They just do. And that's a great mantra for a dart player. You do all your thinking on the practice board. When you get on the competitive board, you don't think, you just do. You let your darting brain kick in. And let your arm do the work. The great saying by the fantastic chef Gordon Ramsay, let the knife do the work. Well, I like to say it like this. Let the dart do the work. Do all the practice with the dart and then let the dart do the work in the matches.
100.
I know that's somewhat philosophical, but that's just me. I'm a bit complicated like that.
30.
That one
Robert,
is not ideal for Matt.
170.
Hasn't been a great deal of consistent scoring in this game so far.
96.
The game is there for the taking. And Dennett, who is looking at it, another ton plus out.
58. Robert, you require 74.
Fascinating that he went for 60 for double 15. Because he had problems on that double earlier. One dart at tops again. This time the dart's firmly in the way.
Game shot on the second leg. Robert Thornton.
Maybe he should put a wall in front of tops because that was a brilliant dart from Robert Thornton. The last time he had a clear bed. This time he's got half a bed to aim at. And he hits it right in the middle.
Game on.
Do you get the feeling that with that little grunt at the end as well, that Thornton knows he's going to have to work supremely hard from here to get that second place spot?
$60.
Maybe it's time to turn on the tenacity-ometer for Robert. If there is such a thing.
140.
He's grinding now, isn't he? He's the one who's in charge. He's the one who's in second now. So if he keeps winning,
58.
He will get through. His remaining fixtures after this are a head-to-head with Jamie Kelling. That's enticing to say the least.
81.
But he's playing his rivals. The other game he has is against Burnett. So that's why his destiny is in his hands, because the people trying to chase him, he's still got to play them.
45.
It's almost a knockout situation for Robert. If he loses one match, he could be done. Now, what do you do here with Matt Dennett on 164? Do you go treble 19? No, you go 55 tops.
75.
3 legs,
Matt, you require 100.
3 shots at tops, 1 hit. That's under par for Thornton. Oh no. Behave. Behave!
Game shot on the third leg.
Oh
Matt
boy,
Dennett.
Robert Thornton's going to feel like he's dropped a quid. And he's found nothing. Oh, that's such a heavyweight blow. The biggest finish of the group. An absolute heavyweight blow from the scholar. And that gets a big red tick.
Game on.
Where did that come from?
58.
An extraordinary finish. And he's won 2 legs in this match, both on ton plus checkouts. 105 and a 164. And that gives us a 100% checkout rate. What a finish that was. Breathless stuff. I bet you Matt's dad enjoyed that one, because I know he'll be watching on.
60.
And indeed, the Matt Dennett fan club. He's got fans all over the place, this guy. I'm sure he's got a fan club in Cork. I wonder if they're watching. When he was playing in an evening group in the last phase, they were tweeting me and saying, give us a shout out. That's earlier in the day, and maybe they're at work, but if they're dedicated fans, they'll be watching on their smart devices right now, and they will have loved that. You can sense in the eyes of Thornton right now, he is seething at that shot.
100. Matt, you require 150.
Oh, come on. I think Robert's just taking a bit of a sigh of relief there that he didn't hit the 150 out.
Robert, you require 156.
And Matt Dennett is now in charge of this game, and he's flipping
81. Matt,
this table
16.
into a bit of anarchy.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
Splendid shot at double 4. He has missed a shot at a double finally, but only the one. Every time he goes to the board and he has an opportunity to kill the leg, he's doing it. That's a really strong statement. 3-1 up.
It's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Everything was going so well. It was 1-1.
100.
I had 3 shots at tops and 3 legs. I could have been 3-0 up. But look at the score now. Everything has changed off the back of those 2 ton plus checkouts from Matthew Dennett.
$121.
I mentioned that Robert maybe had to work the old tenacious nature to get through this one. Well,
140.
you can say that again. Dennett wins this, and we will have 3 players on 8 points with 2 matches each left. Only one of them can go through.
58.
We're going to have a fantastic climax to this group.
$60.
Is phase 1 going to be done for Thornton and Burnett? They've been hanging out a lot over the last week.
125. Robert, you
But if Robert doesn't hit this, that could be that. Because Dennett, who has been prolific at finishing in this match so far,
140.
should get a shot
Matt,
from this 85.
85.
66 left. Double 9.
74.
Oh! Width of a wire away.
Robert, you require 20.
And Thornton survives.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Robert Thornton.
And that's all he does. He has played well in that leg, Robert Thornton, but he had to survive that match start to get the chance. He's now 3-2 down. He has to go 2 more perfect to try and steal something away from Matt now.
6th leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on. $59.
A based on where Matt is from, he is called the Scholar.
100.
But I wouldn't have blamed him if he'd have been called the Peaky Blinder. Because he's got the haircut. He's got the
41.
accent. He's got the same sort of look as
100.
Cillian Murphy, hasn't he? Somewhat smouldering. If anybody knows anybody at Peaky Blinders, why don't you get Matt Dennett a little cameo?
180.
Because he's been borderline naughty in this game. Here he comes. He just won't give up.
180.
He doesn't even consider the prospect of giving in. Best game of the day.
Robert, you require 120.
That is not even up for debate. And Dennett is going to get another chance to finish the match. He missed the 85 checkout on double 9 in the last leg.
89.
This one is a bit more complicated.
121.
The first two darts
42.
do not find their
Robert, you require
target by some
32.
distance. But to go to the end, we need double 8. Oh, that's awkward.
16.
That was an
Matt,
awkward
you
shot.
require 79.
I have to say that last dart was not thrown with any ferocity. One more match dart at tops.
59.
And it has missed. He does have a history of missing match
Robert,
darts
you
and
require
losing.
16.
That one fortunately hits the 8.
8.
Oh, that's so close.
Matt, you require 20.
For the first time on a match dart, he's taking his time. Got to go through your pre-throw routine. Got to go from the angle. That one's in the way. That's not a good guide. His dart's kinked to the left. Now it's an open target.
Game
But
shot
match
and the
dart
match.
number 5
Matt Dennett.
at double 5 throws the cat amongst the pigeons. And that was a very pulsating game, wasn't it? Really good to watch. But we've completed 3 rounds for all of the players now. We've got an 83.99, 83.39 average there for Robert Thornton. A lesser average for Matt, but you can see the checkered percentage was better. But that 164 that you see towards the bottom, that was the killer in this game. It gave him the opportunity to win that match. So, lots of players on 8 points. We're going to go into the next one, which is Burnett against Burness. All a bust for Burnett all of a sudden. Welcome back to our Group C action at the Online Darts Live League, and Richie Burnett and Kevin Burness will now do battle for the 5th time this week. It'll be interesting to see who comes out with the win, but in the case of Richie Burnett, he is now chasing the pack who are on 8 points, and if he does not get the win in this match, he cannot qualify through this group. Yes, he would still be 2 points behind the likes of Thornton, Dennett and Kelling in going into his final match. But with only one match remaining after this, if he is defeated by Kevin, the fact that Jamie and Thornton are playing each other next means that someone is going to get to 10, and he can't get there. So, win this match and the next, and he's going to have to do it by a massive margin, otherwise it's bye-bye Richie. Unfortunately for all you Richie Burnett fans.
80.
One other thing to focus on here is the motivation
43.
for the already qualified Kevin Burness, whose win percentage just seems to climb and climb and climb.
60.
Before the day began, his win percentage was 71.7. That is really,
99.
really good. But it's getting better. He's played 3 matches today with 3 more
100.
wins. And he's the only player to be undefeated today. He's got a very healthy leg difference of +9 for the day, and he's very close to winning the daily title
180.
as well as the Group C title.
$64.
His win percentage currently is up to 73.2. That's elite, considering the talent we have put on show.
59.
2 more wins and it will climb towards 75%, which is where Chaz Barstow was until he had a disastrous start last night, where he lost his first 9 legs of the night.
$80.
Well, Richie Burnett has had a dart fall out of the board, and he's had a dangling dart which didn't register a point. Burnett is looking for an early Shanghai, the conventional way.
Game shot the first leg. Kevin
Really
Burnett.
interesting. Was that a little bit of a salute towards the board, as if to say he's a bit like Iron Man? Maybe that's where it came from. He is nicknamed Iron Man, by the way. But you see how he got the conventional 120
Second
and not the
leg,
Jose de
Kevin
Sousa
to
way.
throw first. Game on.
Kevin keeps playing like this, and Burnett is not making it through.
100.
It will be between Kelling, Dennett and Thornton. Kelling on 8 points and -3.
100.
Dennett 8 points and +1. And now, because of Dennett beating Thornton, it's Dennett who is in second place
60.
by 1 leg. But for Burness, who, if he picks up another win here, he will get to 18 points
55.
and have the possibility of finishing the job, getting the perfect 20 for the first time in Group C. And he's playing against Diogo Portela in his last match.
30.
Will be a heck of an effort. There's a long way to go before we get there, though.
100.
Best of 7 legs, and he's only 1-0 up.
$100.
He's been playing in the same time slot all week, as has Richie, starting at 9:30 a.m. British time. And then he will have to go to the finals to try and bank his 3rd weekly title from 3 attempts. And as for the way he's played the last couple of days, and at spells in the first 3 days
55.
of the week. Who's to say he can't do it? I'm saying nothing. We do know that Kevin is there. We know that Wolfie is there. As to the other 4 players that will play on Saturday night, we're not 100% certain yet.
56.
But you have to say Burness and Wolfie are both capable of winning it.
94.
Intelligence switch there. The
Richie
60 was
require
covered.
86.
So that was the right thing to do. 18 for the bull here.
61.
And Burness is looking to get
Kevin,
to
you
2-0
require 62.
again. He beat Kelling 4-0 in his last match.
42.
Not able to find tops there.
Richie require
I'm
25.
borderline surprised that he didn't hit it, because on those sort of checkouts this week he's been the master.
Nine.
But Richie Burnett does not find the double 8. He's
Kevin, you require
giving that
20.
double 8 a proper staring. Oh, he will
No
not believe
score.
that they haven't gone in. Especially that second dart, when it clattered with the
Richie
inside of the
requires 60.
barrel. They're thinking that the goalkeeper's in on the doubles.
Game show on the
Oh,
second
Richie
leg.
hits the back of the
Richie
net.
Burnett.
And it is 1 leg all. He's got to get a move on, though. He can't just rely on winning this match and his next one. Because of his leg difference, he has got to win
Third leg,
big.
it's
So maybe
Richie to throw
every leg
first.
from here is needed.
Game on.
Just to drag himself back into that race for the second spot. To have any chance.
43.
If he won 4-1, his leg difference would go to -2. He'd go above Kelling in the table. And then I feel he'd need to beat Robert Thornton
60.
in his last match by 4-0. In doing so, he would take care of Thornton. But it's Jamie Kelling who gets him first. That's
77.
another rejected dart. He's been whacking it against that flight all week long. That's just something that happens now and again.
60.
Look on the bright side, Richie. You know Kevin Garcia. And the context of that comment is Kevin Garcia, great player from Merseyside.
59.
Went to the Czech Darts Open a couple of years ago at a sweltering Prague. And he played in the first round, and I think he had 13
85.
darts on the floor. Never seen anything like it. I don't think it was anything to do with the board. I think it was just the way his darts were behaving in the heat.
60.
Imagine that. 13 darts on the floor. That is one of the hardest tournaments I've ever worked at. It was measured at
100.
66 degrees Celsius. Yes, Celsius, not Fahrenheit. 66 degrees on stage at one point. And players were genuinely struggling.
121.
Maximum leaves double 8. In she pops.
180. Richie require 141.
We're not going to get the 1-4-1, but we might get a 2-1 lead and a break of 3 or 4 Burness.
41.
It's not a vintage display so far in this match,
Kevin, you require 60.
but he doesn't need vintage.
Game shot
just
on the third
needs
leg.
sharp.
Kevin Burness.
And so far, he has got the impetus in this one with that break of throw in leg number 3. He will now try and get to 3-1 and have many, many chances to get
Fourth leg,
a
it's
9th
Kevin
win
to
in
throw
this group.
first. Game on.
They're head-to-head this week. It has been bossed by Burness.
55.
He has won 3 of their 4 meetings. And overall, it's Burness who leads in their Online Darts Live League head-to-head record by 3 games to 2.
81.
But in relation to this week, he beat Burnett on Monday by 4-2. Defeated him on Wednesday by the same scoreline, and 4-1 yesterday. The only defeat coming on Tuesday when Richie was Group A's best player, bagging 8 points. But overall, in this head-to-head, Burness has been the better player. Just having a ball on the 60 in this leg.
174.
And he gets the Dundas to leave 92 after 9. Owen Binks doing his best to outroar Anthony Dundas on a 174. Sorry, Owen.
Kevin, you require 92.
Anthony does it better. Double 16.
Game shot on the fourth
Brilliant
leg.
leg.
Kevin Burnett.
Even Richie Burnett, who is now 3-1 down, has to nod in approval there, because that 12 darter really was a great 12 darter. 180-174 to set up the 92, and off she pops. 3-1 to Burness.
Game on.
There's been some highlights in this match. Another one right there. Richie's first maximum. Kevin Burness has got 3. He's got 3. He's still got 3.
40.
He's also got 3 from 8 on his checkouts. High out of 120. But he has been the better player average-wise by over 10.
140.
I think Richie is done for the week now.
140.
Even if he wins 4-3, his leg difference is not going to be as good as Jamie Kelling. Jamie's got 2 games. Dennant's got 2 games. Thornton's got 2 games. It's not going to happen. And that's sad, because we've had incredible amount of entertainment from Richie this week. And
60.
I'd like to thank him personally
Richie
for that, because I've enjoyed
81.
every game he's played. Well, does he leave double 18? He hasn't had any fun in it. He might leave something else. Just checking what his options are. 51. So after having lots of problems on double 18, he decides to leave something else. I think that's pretty smart.
$48.
Now we just has to hit it.
32.
25% on his doubles in this match.
$24.
And that has been the problem the last couple of days. He knows it.
Kevin, you require 130.
Kevin will be ruining the fact that he didn't leave something smaller. But he might. Take it anyway.
Game
Splendid.
shot and
And Richie Burnett knew
Kevin
that was
Burnett.
going to go. He's just been the best player, and he's equalled the Group C record of 18 points. He's got a better leg difference than Scott Baker's record now, and he will go head-to-head with Diogo Portela to get the perfect 20 and have 10 undefeated matches. You can see there, 90.91. A really good checkout rate, a fantastic 2-ton plus checkouts. Most definitely the best player in the group and in that match. But we turn our attention to Jamie Kelling going up against Robert Thornton next. This is a big one for second spot in the table. We only have 5 matches left of our Group C action, and we do know that Kevin Burness will try and go for the perfect 20 points in his next match against Diogo Portela. But the next match between Robert Thornton and Jamie Kelling is going to go far to tell us who will get the second spot. It won't definitively tell us, because we have 3 players now on 8 points. One of which is this guy, the all-time great Robert Thornton. He's currently in 3rd place in the table.
Okay, first leg, it's Jamie to throw first.
4th place belongs to Jamie Kelling, who has 2 matches left. This one and a game against Matt Dennett in game 15.
99.
Thornton plays now and in 2 games' time against the already eliminated Richie Burnett.
134.
So as they say in the casino business, let the chips fall as they may. So over to you guys.
140.
Kelling, who has looked very good today and looked very decent at the end of yesterday before losing
95.
to Portela, is dragged into this somewhat Mexican standoff with Thornton and Dennett.
40.
Purely because his first defeat of the day was a 4-0 to our league leader. Just to confirm,
70.
any win for Burness in his game against Portela in match 14 will break a Group C record. Not just for the points, but for the leg difference as well.
58.
Possibilities in this match, well,
140.
could be a great game. They could get embroiled in something
164.
brilliant. You can't possibly hit another 164 against him. That would have put him into a tailspin. I think he's still
81.
reeling from the 164 that
Robert,
Matt Dennett hit against him. 12 tops.
42.
He's going to have to
JD
start recalibrating on that tops.
83.
It has not been good to him. Well, that's 6. 77 left. And to not get a shot at the bullseye
43.
minimum from
Robert,
83
you require
is
20.
an error. Double 5.
50.
That is a badly thrown dart.
Jamie, you require 40.
The double actually grew in size when he had that guide just over the top. Kelling pushes the wire inside and makes the double
Jamie
ever
shot
so
in the
slightly
first
smaller.
leg. Jamie Kelling.
But it didn't matter as he finds his way to a first leg win there, Jamie Kelling. And there's a huge smile on his face as he somewhat breezes past Thornton,
Second
who
leg,
was
it's
the
Robert
favourite
to
for that
throw
first leg.
Game on.
Based on what we've seen in that first leg, I think
60.
we might get a lot of misses at doubles here. It's quite an edgy affair. Matt Dennett takes on Portela next. And whoever wins this, it will then be up to Matt to equalise the
45.
10-point total.
$125.
Someone like Robert, who has done a lot in his career, will still not be happy with 125 there.
100. 140.
It's been an amazing career for Robert. I've been privileged to witness it since his first PDC title. He did, of course, win titles before that. World Masters, Dutch Open. 2 massive events before he turned to the PDC.
81.
I was at the Reebok Stadium, as it was called back then, when he made his UK Open debut against Anastasia Dobromislova. That crowd
100.
was very pro-Anna. Double 19.
57.
Kelling can't do anything about it on 196.
95. Robert, you require 38.
Straight for it again, no hesitation.
Game show on the second leg.
It's almost
Robert
like he knew he
Thornton.
was going to hit it with the first start. I'm not even sure there was any moment of stopping there. He was walking to the oche and delivering the dart all in one single motion. Well, 1 is the number because it's
Third leg,
1-all.
it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
As someone who has done battle
96.
with Robert Thornton on quite a few occasions, I think I've got to know his game pretty well. He simplifies things very similar to James Wade
95.
in the fact that he likes to leave tops and tens. He doesn't tend to make a great deal of mathematical mistakes. He's
100.
actually a very good counter.
85. $60.
I'm not really sure what we're going to get from Jamie Kelling over the coming seasons, but I just get the feeling that
100.
after a few really good displays here, the desire to maybe go to the Challenge Tour might be a bit of a magnet.
100.
There is something to offer there. I really do believe that. I think it may just be a question of desire. If he wants something, it's there.
Jamie,
you can give it a try.
145.
Desire right now is just to get the 2-1 up and still have the chance to get through this group.
41. Robert, you require 128.
Well, he didn't fancy the
88.
second shot of the 54
Jamie, you require 104.
to leave double 10. And Kelling can go back in front if he finds 44 more.
Game shot.
That is a dagger to the heart of Robert Thornton, and he's getting sick of people doing that to him. It's been 3-ton plus checkouts hit against him in the last couple of matches. A couple of in the small 100 average range, 105, 104, but the 164 against Dennett is the biggest of the lot. You saw the reaction of Thornton at the back end of that leg. He's being wounded by his opponents.
$95. $57.
Starting to just get a little bit impatient, maybe. As Kelling is starting to get a bit of a stranglehold on this match.
97.
It definitely helps when you're pulling off 97 shots by getting the 57 last. That's what you call saving a visit.
140.
That's what you call it, nearly getting another maximum. Hasn't got one in this match so far.
$54.
Somebody was whispering to me this morning about the possibility of a Legends group
100.
here at the Online Darts Live League. I thought, at first, yeah, everybody's talking about senior darts at the minute and Legends groups and things like that. But then I thought, yeah,
Robert, you
I think there's something in that. Who would you put in a Legends group? Well, Robert's a legend.
80.
Martin Adams is a legend, so you've already got legends here. Well, Robert, you can breathe easy because he's not going to take the 155.
43. Robert, you require 66.
Tops on the end, but you've got to get the
26.
16
You
first.
require 112.
No shot at double 16.
88. Robert, you require 40. Game show.
And she goes, it's 2-2. And you just got the feeling that this one was going to be fairly tight. it might go down to the wire. So we will find out over the course of the next two legs whether we go to a one-leg decider.
Game on.
Yesterday, Robert owned Jamie Kelling. Won by 4 legs to 1. Different time of day, of course. They played in match number 5. And the stakes are very different as well. Actually, just looking back at my dealings with Robert over the years.
66.
Played each other in loads of different events. We played each other in the World Match Play, the World Grand Prix, the World Championship, European Tours,
91.
Players Championships, UK Open qualifiers. So we've got a fairly good set there. And I'm very proud of my record against Robert. I'm not going to lie. I've beaten him 6 times and he's beaten me 3 times. I've beaten him in a final back in 2009. But he beat me the previous year, so 50-50.
180.
That's better than 50-50. That's 100% right there. Is he finding his best dart at the right time? Well, Kelling has answered with a great score. Great guide for the 60. Bullseye!
83.
You heard what he's thought about that.
Require 110.
Treble 18. Just get the feeling on those smaller ton plus checkouts. Robert is holding his breath. Back to tops. Starting to hit it.
Robert Thornton.
His best friend throughout his entire career is starting to bring something to the party. 3-2 up, and the destiny of Robert Thornton is starting to look a little bit brighter, but he's still got one more to get.
Game on. $134. 85.
When you're asking professional dart players as well about their best performance, it's been a hot topic lately. Asking certain people, what's the best you've ever played? And a lot of people might think those answers are quite simple.
58.
I've said that beating Dennis Priestley in my first World Championships is one of my favourite moments, if not my favourite moment. But I think
100.
The best overall performance in a short format match that I've ever put in was against Robert in the World Grand Prix first round, where I averaged 99 in a double start match. I look back on that with fond memories. And Robert wants to look back on this game with fond memories, but not for long, because he will play this match, and his final match against Richie Burnett will be in 2 games' time. Kelling's chances are starting to wilt.
125.
But he's not giving up.
Robert, you require 127.
57 in bull to get the points. The bull. The bull. The bull, Robert.
Jamie, you require 93.
74 with 2. Doesn't get
53.
A dart at a double.
Robert, you require
Robert
44.
now needs to go to tops again for the 3rd time in a row to get the points.
24.
He can't believe it. And that could be a costly
40.
leg that he's just about to lose. Does he lose it? Does he lose it?
Game
yes, he does.
6th leg, Jamie Kelling.
Last dart in hand as well. We're going to the 7th leg in this match. And we just don't know how valuable that leg could have been for Robert Thornton. We'll find out in a few games' time. But does he get the points? That's the most important question now.
$59.
Invitation for the Scotsman. No treble to start the last leg.
99.
If he doesn't win this one, he's going to need favours. He's going to need a favour from Diogo Portela first and foremost against Dennett.
100.
Oh, look at that for a timed 180.
180.
This situation in the middle of the table is so tight. It's tighter than the eggshell on a hard-boiled egg. Sensible switching. Really good tactics.
134.
And brilliant execution. Under this kind of pressure in this group, to pull off a leave of 88 after 9,
100.
that goes to show who Robert
Bryant,
Thornton
88.
is. And he's got 6 darts. Stay there. Now leave tops again.
48.
Tops is given. It hath taken away.
140.
Does it give one more time?
Robert, you
You
require
can't
40.
miss.
Game
And he
shot
doesn't.
out of the match.
He gets a huge
Robert
win
Thornton.
against Jamie Kelling, and he is the first person in that chasing pack to get to 10 points. So the impetus now goes over to Matthew Dennett, who plays next, 90.58. But in that match, there were some shaky moments. There were mismatched darts from Robert Thornton. There were 3 of them, but ultimately he gets a 4th, and he gets over the line by 4 legs to 3. Matt Dennett, what can you do in your quest to keep up with Robert Thornton? You will now take on Diogo Portela. Welcome back to our climax of Group C here at the Online Darts Live League. Things are getting very interesting indeed. And if you are a Matt Dennett fan, of which there are many from around Europe, they may be tuning in right now to see if Matt can keep up with Robert Thornton, who is now on 10 points. The Brazilian has not had a good day. Very similar to yesterday, he has not picked up a point in his first 3. But he will play 2 games in the next 3. 1 against Matt, and then 1 against Kevin Burness, our runaway leader. He now has an 8-point gap at the top of the table. And he is 1 win away from getting the perfect 20. Imagine winning 10 straight matches in this company. That will be brilliant for his confidence going into Saturday's finals night, where Martin Adams awaits. But who else is going to get there? Diogo, who tried to raise his game early against Jamie Kelling, lost 4 legs to 0 against a very, very good performance from Jamie. Since then, he's lost to Robert Thornton
Okay,
and
first leg, it's Diogo.
lost in a tight match
Game
for
on.
the second day in a row to Richie Burnett. And quizzically, when he was defeated by Richie Burnett, he averaged 83, but his doubles percentage was 100%. He got 3 shots and hit them all. Matt Dennett deserves a lot of credit to still be alive in the race for second spot, because the way he defeated Robert Thornton in his last match, it was astounding, really. 2 ton plus checkouts in there, including that 164.
41.
That's why he's still alive. Jamie Kelling has gone from in contention to really, really struggling now. He will be Matt's last opponent. The problem that Jamie has is that his leg difference has gone down to -4. So the best he can do is 10 points and all square. I'm not sure that's going to be enough. Jamie Kelling and Matt Dennett really need Richie Burnett to beat Thornton in the next match. Because if that doesn't happen, Thornton's out of sight almost. Almost.
98.
But not 100%. It does depend on what Matt does here. If he equalises Thornton's points tally, he will automatically, with a win here, get above him in leg difference. So it is getting very, very interesting. Diogo loves a 170.
115.
Nice approach.
Matt, you require 86.
Could he spoil Matt Dennett's chances? Double 16.
54.
He could still do so.
Diogo, you require 55.
This is for a 6-visit hold. First missed double in a while.
15.
And doubles up on that one.
Matt, you require 32.
Double 8 now for Matt Dennett.
28.
That's just a little bit messy.
Diogo, you require 40.
That is anything but messy. That's a very, very tidy hold. I can't believe I just said the word messy in front of a Brazilian. I probably shouldn't do that because Messi's from Argentina, isn't he? Well, it was untidy from Matt Dennett, but that wasn't untidy from Diogo.
$38.
I saw on Twitter this morning that Reese Robinson, someone who has played in the Online Darts Live League, is claiming that he was the first person to do 3 double tops.
140.
That may be the case. If that is the case, then you are the maverick, Mr. Robinson.
60.
I did see somebody 11 years ago in London, Ontario in Canada do 3 double tops in the Canadian Players Championship, and that was Royden Lam of Hong Kong.
77.
Back then, doing that was unheard of. What's going to be next for De Souza?
140.
Is he going to leave 102 and go for 3 double 17s? So let the challenge be laid down to José De Souza of Portugal. What can you do next?
180.
Well, his fellow Portuguese-speaking dart player Portela has left 104.
99. Diogo, you require 104.
Pick your route, Diogo. It's all going your way in this one. 83 left. That leaves 32. That was a very fine try.
Matt, you require 100.
Playing well in this game. Not going to get a second 164 in 2 matches.
100. Diogo, you require
And
60.
he might not get the leg. Oh, that's untidy. Double one.
Game shot on the second leg. Diogo Portela.
In football terms, that was a bit of a hit and hope, but the end strike was right at the back of the net. A really, really good shot. In the end, it's 2-0 to Diogo. He's throwing the cat amongst the pigeons now.
Game on.
Really good news for Robert Thornton, this result. The worst case scenario for Robert was Matt Dennett getting a big win.
180.
But the spoiler, Portela, what's he up to here? Looking to reverse yesterday's fixture against Matt, where he lost by 4 legs to 1. Matt was dominant in that match. But he's in real trouble here. Real trouble. Lose this match. He needs a favour from Burnett, and he needs to do himself a favour against Kelling in match 15. Things are starting to look up for Thornton.
100.
This is a very good leg again. The scoring over the last couple of legs from Portela. It's been very, very good.
85. Diogo, you require 96.
All we like about what's gone right the last couple of legs, but he's just played much better. For a 12 darter.
76.
Narrowly missed. Averaging 98 in this match. This is unexpected considering what he's done this week so far.
125.
You can sense that this game is cheesing off the scholar. It is getting away from him. Double 5.
10.
It's not 3-0 yet.
Matt, you require 131.
He's not going to find the 1-3-1.
55. Diogo, you require 10.
Don't miss this time if you want to get to 3-0. He hasn't missed.
Third leg. Diogo
really wants to fluff up his own confidence by getting himself a nice big win here. He's only won one match so far in this group against Jamie Kelling late on yesterday. So maybe late on today he will be more of a threat.
Game on.
This is a dream scenario for the Thorn. Even
99.
if Matt Dennett was to win from this position, it would still be favourable for Thornton because the match is close.
93.
But if Portela can dispatch Dennett quickly, Dennett's leg difference is going to plunder.
61.
Talked a little bit earlier about a conversation I had with Portela about equipment and possible coaching in the future. If I was going to look at something with Portela, I would maybe, because I know he watches these things back, this is why I'm saying it, I would look at his set position. So that's his set position there. In a linear perspective, it's very good. I just think his backlift is a bit too much. I would try and
45.
Stop the dart coming back towards his jawline as much. I'd try and make it a bit more like Matt's. You see where it doesn't come anywhere near his face? It doesn't go under the jawline. Whereas Diogo's tends to go towards the right shoulder
43.
and the jawline, somewhere in between those two. It engages the bicep and it just takes the feel away from the dart a little bit. And he has a little layoff in his action.
99.
If I was being super critical, I would try and eliminate that and try and
64.
keep everything on the same line, but that would be a long process.
92.
What kind of pressure can Diogo apply to the 72 of Matt?
$96. Matt, you require 72.
Matt has got to get some sort of foundation in this game. Double six.
Game shot on the full
Job
flag.
number
Matt
1
Dennett.
done. That is a hold of throw in 17 darts. And I think what he wants to do right now is go to the back of the room and just breathe a sigh of relief. I haven't been beaten 4-0, but now we have to start building on that.
First. Game on. $98.
The Dennett average 85. Portela's has come down towards 86.
100.
But he will have the darts in this leg. And potentially in the 6th as well. If Matt Dennett can somehow
59.
get through this, anything is possible.
93.
It will be the last head-to-head game between Burnett and Thornton of
60.
this phase next. They have done battle many, many times for our entertainment.
92.
Almost sad to see them go. Thornton might still be playing tomorrow, though. He might be sticking around.
59.
What does he have to do against Burnett? Does he have to get a certain amount of legs? Does he have to win? That's better.
180.
He is starting to find it. And it's for a break of throw as well. He needs a couple of them.
100.
With a hole sandwiched in the middle.
46. Game shot
Double
on the
18
fifth
is
leg.
very
Matt
good.
Dennett.
That is a 14 darter, and he's clinging on by his fingertips. And he's doing so with very, very good darts indeed. Can he now hold
Sixth leg,
to
it's
take
Matt
us to the
throw
7th leg?
first. Game on.
Interestingly enough, ahead of that Thornton
140.
Burnett match, they've played 9 times over the course of this year's Online Darts Live League. Richie Burnett has won 6 of them.
93.
Thornton has only beaten Burnett once this week.
140.
It was on Tuesday. Actually, it was on Wednesday. I do beg your pardon. By 4 legs to 1.
$58.
Portela is now struggling. And Dennett has got to seize this chance.
100.
He does still have to break in the next leg, but as far as the way he is playing currently, he is very much the better player. There is a hunger about the look of Dennett now.
100. Matt,
One of, I know I can get
129.
through this. We have seen players lose from 3-0 up once this week.
81.
Got to get to a finish.
134.
Does so.
Matt, you require
But
40.
you sense it's too late.
Game
Yes,
shot
it
the
is.
sixth leg. Matt
We are
Dennett.
going to the 7th leg, and Robert Thornton's heart will be in his mouth. But he will know what he has to do when he returns in the next match, because this 7th leg will tell us
Seventh and
if he's
final
got
leg,
company
it's
on 10
Diogo
points.
to throw first. Game on.
I mentioned the level of play over the last couple of legs. I'm not sure that the advantage of throw means much
100.
when the level of play from Dennett has been so much higher. And there's more evidence of it.
180.
That is what you call a pure 180. Not one deflection there. Left, middle, right. Like 3 cricket stumps in perfect order.
$41.
And even when Diogo starts solidly with a ton, Dennett comes back with a maximum. Just goes to show what this lad possesses. He does have talent. Lots of it. But he's showing in this game that he's got guts.
$100.
Good darts to get back on level terms, but Dennett has stolen the darts already. And he's in there.
25.
Relentless stuff from Dennett, who did not play well in the first few legs. But since then, he has raised his average to 94.
46.
That's just a mark of how well he's played in the last 4 legs. 6 darts from here, and it looks like Diogo's going to lose from 3-0 up.
80 scored. $96.
He has not been given a shot at a double, I don't think, for the match from 3-0 up. That's proving my biggest point right. How do you win darts matches?
58.
Don't give your opponent a match dart. Matt Dennett
40.
has not given his opponent a match dart. He's given himself one. He's given himself 3 clean darts and has taken a 4-3 win from 3-0 down. Really, really good, tenacious darts from Matt Dennett, the scholar. He is very much alive in the race for the second available place in the finals. Robert Thornton has got company on 10 points. Look at that average from Matt Dennett, 93.42, a decent checkered percentage, but it's the way he played in the last 4 legs that tells the story. So, match number 10 in the Online Darts Live League for these two coming up. 2 legends, it's Thornton versus Burnett. But unfortunately, it's for the last time this phase. This is going to be the last game that we see from Robert Thornton and from Richie Burnett. This is now the final section. The final games of these players will now commence, and the first to complete their quarter will be Robert and Richie. It's all on the line. He has just watched Diogo Portela squander a 3-0 lead against one of his biggest rivals. But in his last game, he put it firmly in his own hands. He averaged 90.58 in winning 4-3 against another rival in Jamie Kelling. Portela will be borderline unapproachable right now for losing from 3-0 up. But he didn't get a match start.
Okay, first leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
In the context of what we've seen today, I would hold that performance from Matt Dennett as probably the best of the day. A great comeback win. But maybe Thornton is about to disrupt that thought.
140.
So this is the state of play as Robert misses the 5th dart
95.
and a potential 9 darter. Kevin Burness will play next against Portela, who will be very flat. In this one, Thornton is on 10 points. He's currently in 3rd position on 10 points and +1. Matt Dennett is in 2nd on 10 points and +2. So there's only 1 leg between them. So it's not just about getting the points here, Robert. It's about getting a margin. Give yourself legs to work with. Now, if he loses this match tight,
140.
he can still win 2nd spot. He'd have to get a favour from Jamie Kelling. Let's see what position Robert can leave himself in
44.
after 2 or 3 legs. Tops.
Game
The position after 1 leg
Robert
is very
Thornton.
rosy indeed. He starts the match with a hold of throw in 14 darts. Around about the 107 average to start. So if he can maintain that, what we've seen from Richie today, it will not be good enough.
Game on.
Richie in the table on 6 points and is now occupying
55.
5th position. After winning the most points on Tuesday, he will see this week as a bit of a letdown in the end.
100.
Especially after winning the Sporty Stuff TV trophy on Saturday night. He will have had high hopes. So you're not going to see Richie Burnett in the Champions Group in week 5.
99.
Which is a great shame. Now, if you think about it, that's what's on the line for Robert here. It's the chance to make the Champions Group.
180.
If he doesn't get through to the finals for tomorrow, he's not going to be in the Champions Group himself.
96.
You have to do a lot of hard work to get that money at the end of the rainbow. The £5,000 is waiting for
140.
the champion of champions in week 5. You have to say that maybe Robert is saving his best darts for the last match of this group.
81.
Bullseye.
56.
Just a
Richie
noise that
require
time. He doesn't call
151.
himself by any names. He just makes a noise. You sense that maybe Richie Burnett is starting to tire a
81.
little bit. He's played a lot of
Robert, you
darts
require
like Robert over the
25.
last 7 days. 4-4.
21.
That was a golden chance
Richie
to be
requires
2-0 up.
70.
And a golden chance to break Richie. Tops.
50.
Too much flight. And
Robert, you
not enough
require
flight
4.
at the same time. Big, big dart.
No
Just keeps
score.
hitting the blocker. Didn't go for the
Richie
left-hand side of the
required
2-2. Kept twisting to the right. Oh,
No
Richie
score.
Burnett fails on 10, but that has been his failure over the last couple of
Robert, you
days. His
require
doubles percentage
4.
has been abysmal. Now he's got to go to the left.
Game shot on the second leg.
He didn't.
Robert Thornton.
But that was a great dart. He must have given that some extra height because he just climbed over the blocker and into the 2-2 to give himself a 2-0 advantage And this is bad news for Matt Dennant. But Matt
So
Dennant
let's
has
Robert
things
to
in his
throw
own hands,
first.
remember.
Game on.
No matter what Robert does here, Matt Dennant is in charge of his own destiny, having the better leg difference before this match began.
180.
But if Robert wins by 4 legs to 0, can you imagine the pressure on Dennant? Can you imagine it?
100.
He would have to win 4-0 himself, or possibly 4-1. We'll have to check all of the permutations first. But we might get a 9-darter in the process.
180.
We've not only had a 9-darter this week, we've had 2 misses at double
57.
12.
Robert, you require 141.
No booze here, as he misses dart number 7.
99.
The main thing is he's got a lead of 302 points. And I think Richie Burnett's just recognised that. Richie's averaged around about 80 in this match, but Robert has really hit the afterburners.
Game shot
Very
in third
relaxed,
leg,
42
Robert
out.
Thornton.
It's 11 darter there, and that is just a brilliant display considering the pressure that Robert is under to try and solidify his spot in
Fourth leg, it's
second
Richie to
place.
throw
Well,
first.
it's not going to happen in this game because you're going to have to wait and see. But as far as what he has to do, this is Robert using his Grand Slam experience.
45.
If he goes first, he has to post the number, and then he'll sit down and wait to see if Matt can usurp it.
97.
Thornton playing 3 perfect legs pretty much, delivering 45 darts, averaging 100.2.
140.
The epitome of good. It's actually better than good. It's very good. It's extremely good.
140.
Looking to put in his best display in this group. The best average he's had in all of his games
100.
in this year's Online Darts Live League is 102.71. That is fairly close to what he's doing right now.
140.
He might better it. If he takes that 124, he will better it.
$60.
And no matter
Robert,
what
you
Richie has
require
done in this match,
124.
it has not been enough. Bullseye to finish it.
99.
1 match dart.
Richie, you require
And
1.
that would have been for a huge average. Would have been the best of the day.
$60. Robert, you require
So to win with
25.
no fuss and no drama.
70.
But there will be drama. He's already lost a couple of legs
Richie,
today
you
that he shouldn't have
require
lost.
96.
Every leg counts. Every leg is important. Double. 18.
60.
What an effort from Burnett.
Robert, you require.
Well, that double 18 has been
Game
a
shot and
really
match,
big enemy of
Robert
Burnett today.
Thornton.
And that is the 10th meeting. Richie Burnett got 6 wins, a 4th win in the Online Darts Live League for this year so far to Robert Thornton, but nothing more important than that victory. A really good performance as well. The stats tell the story as Robert Thornton goes above, just below the 100 average, but it's still a very good performance. You see that the checkout percentage is down there at 28%. If he was a little bit sharper there, the average would have been a lot higher. But Matthew Dennett will come back to match 15 to see if he can try and better that. We'll look at the permutations as well. But as we do, we'll take a break and look at Kevin Burness trying to get the perfect 20 points against the Brazilian. Question is now, does Kevin Burness finish Mr. Perfect again? If he wins one more match, not only will he win the table with 20 points and not lose a game, but of course win the daily title for 2 days in a row with a perfect 10. Familiar territory for the man at the top of the table. As you can see, Robert Thornton is now in second position. His quota is done. 10 matches played, 6 wins with 4 defeats and 12 points. But Matt Dennett has got a job on his hands against Jamie Kelling in the last match. That is to come. But as you can see, 9 matches played, 9 wins, 18 points and a leg difference of plus 25. Any win in this match here for Kevin Burness, and that will be the first person to win Group C with a perfect 20. And in the process, he will break the leg difference record as well, which is currently held by Scott Baker. Diogo can play now with the pressure off. He knows he's going to be at the bottom of the table, and he knows he's going to be up against it in this match because Burness has been on a heater for the last couple of days. Playing extremely well.
44.
Is there anything that Diogo can do against Kevin here?
125.
You'd fancy not, because when he gets going, he's not just fast, but he's fast and good. He has dispatched a few people this week in very short spaces of time.
46.
He got rid of Jamie Kelling in no time at all, 4-0 a little bit earlier on. A bit like Robert Thornton's just got rid of Richie Burnett.
100.
It's hard to think that Kevin's week started with a 4-0 drubbing to Thornton. We've come a long way since
59.
then.
Kevin, you require 96.
96 left after 9, and he's at it again. Double 18.
Game shot on the first leg.
What
Kevin
a start.
Burnett.
If he keeps doing this, that 117.2 average from Tuesday might be under threat. So let's keep going into leg 2 to see what else he can dish up. Come on, Iron Man. What else you got?
Second leg, it's Diogo to throw first. Game on.
Oh, he's given us a bit of entertainment, and I really don't mind that. I don't think I've ever seen anybody follow through on a third dart with a dab.
100.
He is someone who likes to create a little bit of social media traffic. Just to clarify, that Kevin Burness 117.2 was on Monday, not on Tuesday.
58.
Didn't have a good day on Tuesday, did Kevin? He suffered with a few missed doubles, and people played well against him.
60.
But in this group, he has been in a league of his own. He has been the Manchester City of this group. And of course,
59.
on Wednesday we saw Villarreal beat Manchester United. Will Manchester City win the Champions League tomorrow against Chelsea? Fascinating day of sport that will culminate at the midnight hour with the Week 1 Phase 2 weekly finals on Sporty Stuff TV and, of course, on the Online Darts YouTube channel. Well, this has been a leg off compared to what he did in the first leg. And Portela, who may still be reeling from the fact that he lost from 3-0 up in the last match, is looking to make himself feel better.
100.
3 in a perfect line, but 1 slightly underweighted.
140.
My advice to you, Diogo, is don't miss double 10 or double 5 or double 7.
Six.
Not able to find it.
Kevin, you
And
require
Burness
95.
can double his lead here. Well, that leaves 78.
78 left.
Just a little bit untidy. I used that word a lot
You require
in
14.
Diogo's last match.
Game shot on the
That was
second
not,
leg.
though.
Diogo Portela.
Very, very good indeed. He didn't expect to be winding up on double 7, but that's what you got to do when you give yourself a shot at a double. Just take it out, and he has. It's 1-1.
Game on.
Performance of the day so far.
100.
Well, there's a few of them. That one from Robert Thornton just now, 98.56 in beating Burnett 4-0. That was very, very good indeed, considering.
66.
You could say the same for Matt Dennant, keeping his hopes alive. In retrospect, he needed to win that match, didn't he?
180.
Well, Burness is playing like he needs to win, but he really doesn't. He could lose this match
140.
by 4 legs to 3 and still get the best performance in a Group C. He'd have 18 points guaranteed with plus 24. That would beat Scott Baker's mark by 1 leg. But Kevin Burness is not going to be happy unless he wins this match. Double 12. Oh, how did he find that gap? I didn't think there was a gap there. Not with the way his darts behave. That was astonishing, really.
58. Kevin, you require
Double 12 again.
24.
If in doubt, try another bed.
Game shot
And
the
double
third
6 is
leg.
good.
Kevin Burness.
When he is throwing first and when he gets on it, it's very good. 14 darter and 11 darter in the 2 legs that he has won. He's on a different level when he's playing well.
To throw first. Game on.
And judging by the darts that Diogo has thrown this week so far, I don't think he can live with Kevin when he's playing this well.
139.
Averaging 102 after 3 legs, and he's a good 26 clear in the average. Yes, 26.
125. $96. 60.
Well. When he's against the throw, he's not the same beast. Portela looking to establish some pride. And he sets up a lovely shot there. I'm just having a look through my results sheets here. I'm trying to figure out the last time that Kevin Burness lost.
140. Diogo, you require.
We'll come back to that in a second, because he might be staring at an even game here. Another single 16. Very
89.
tidy indeed to leave tops after 12. And even though Burness has played well in this leg, leaving 167 after 9, or 176 even.
60.
It hasn't been good enough.
Diogo, you
Portela the better player in leg 4. Double 5.
Game
And
shot
thoroughly the better player in that leg.
Portela.
Taking care of business and looking to take Kevin Burness to the brink to see what he's made of, to see if he can get those 20 perfect points in this group.
It's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Yes, Kevin got 6 points on Monday,
140.
2 points on Tuesday, 6 points on Wednesday, and of course he got 10 yesterday. So in day 3, he beat Richie Burnett in game 13 by 4 legs to 2. Then he beat Martin Adams by 4 legs to 2 in game number 10.
100.
He beat James Richardson by 4 legs to 0 in game 7. His last defeat came in game 5 on Wednesday.
58.
So if he can win this match, his undefeated streak would be 13 matches going into the finals.
60.
13 against this kind of company? What is that saying about where Burness is at? Well, his undefeated streak
96.
of 12 as it stands. It's under a little bit of threat.
105.
But he's plodding his way towards the victory line to get 2 within 1 of a 13th win in a row. He's got a minimum of 6 starts from here.
Kevin, you require 96.
Double top.
Game
Really
shot on the
interesting.
fifth leg.
He's
Kevin
having
Burnett.
fun, isn't he? Having fun indeed with Diogo way back in the 200s. He has 96 and still goes double-double.
Sixth leg,
Just
it's
having a
Diogo
blast
to
as
throw
Iron Man.
first.
No pun
Game on.
intended. He's averaging 100 again. There's a phrase that comes
60.
around now and again. He's playing the darts of his life, or she's playing the darts of her life. I'd have to say right now that
100.
Burness is playing the best darts I've ever seen him play. He is swimming in a pool of confidence. And if there was
41.
such a thing, you could sell a lot of tickets for it. We will have one more match after this.
140.
It will determine who joins Iron Man in the finals. They will take a short break between the two games to figure out the permutations.
$46.
And this game is getting away from Diogo. He caused problems early.
60.
But unless he gets a 2-treble visit here, Burness could canter to the line. Here he comes.
140.
Nod of approval for himself. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
59.
Just another one of those 2-treble visits. And he could take Burness to the hill. Today, Kev has won 4 legs to 2. 4 legs to 1.
96.
4
Kevin,
legs
you
to
require
0.
142.
4 legs to 1. He has not been taken to a 7th leg yet. That's why his leg
81.
difference is so healthy.
Diogo, you require 180.
And this 118 checkout will take us to the 7th leg. 48 bull. He couldn't see enough of the 60 in his opinion. And I don't mind that shot whatsoever.
46. Kevin,
To
you
finish
require 61.
with 20 unanswered points, he needs double 18.
43.
And he misses 2 match darts.
Diogo, you require 72.
That was to finish his campaign in this group. He might have more work to do.
Game
And he
shot
does
on
have
the
more
sixth
work
leg.
to do.
Diogo
Really
Portela.
good tenacity from Diogo Portela, who was the first person to take the league leader in Group C up to the top of the hill. Can Kevin Burness get one more leg
7th and
to get
final
those
leg, it's
20
Kevin
perfect
to throw
points?
First. Game on.
That'll annoy Kevin Burness, that. It will annoy him
40.
incredibly. And he looks annoyed to me. Not only because Diogo took that shot out, but because he had darts before it to get rid of him.
94. $98.
Is Diogo going to double his points against Kevin Burness.
140.
I think a lot of you out there might have had money on Burness to win this match.
85.
He would have been an overwhelming favourite considering how many games he's won in a row and how many games Diogo has not won.
60.
Yesterday, Diogo won his only game in this group against Jamie Kelling. You guessed it,
85.
by 4 legs to 3. One more big score will give him a chance to win the match.
60.
I'd still probably rather have Burness's position, especially with that dart in.
99.
94
Diogo, you require 147.
to get it. He has sealed up the league with 18 points and, of course, a leg difference record. But if he wants
99.
20 points,
Kevin, you
this
require
has to go.
94.
Double again. Double again. Oh,
74.
and he's missed 3 match darts in 2 different
Diogo,
legs.
you require 48.
To deny Kevin perfection, Diogo needs double 16. And it's still
32.
possible. Diogo signals that it was so close.
Kevin,
It
you
was.
require 20.
But double 10.
Game
And
shot
Kevin
on the
Burness is
match.
Mr. Perfect.
Kevin Burnett.
It's the first time we've seen it in Group C. 10 matches and 10 wins. What a brilliant streak from Burness. He is through to the finals. And he's going to go there with a streak of 13 wins in a row. Who's going to stop him? 93 average from Burness, but he was troubled massively by the 77 average by Diogo Portela in the end. He had to dodge 2 match darts to do it. He's had all sorts of different victories today, but congratulations to Kevin Burness. Let's get into the final match of the day. It's all about Matt Dennant. What can he do to get second spot? welcome back to our action for the Online Darts Live League. The last match, you just got the feeling that it was a bit of a game to see us into this one. It turned out to be quite dramatic in the end. 20 unanswered points for Kevin Burness and a leg difference record to boot, so congratulations to him. But now we turn our attention to Matt Dennant and what he has to do against Jamie Kelling to get into finals on Saturday. There you see, 9 matches played, 5 wins, 4 losses, 2 points behind Robert Thornton in second spot. He will be sitting down watching this match, and he will now know that because Matt Dennant is behind him by 3 legs, if Matt wins by 4 legs to 1, he will equalise not only the points, but the leg difference. But the one thing in Matt's favour is this. If he does win 4-1, he will go through because he will have won 1 more leg than Robert Thornton. So, in short, 4-0 or 4-1 and Matt is through. If he wins by 4 legs to 2 or 4 legs to 3, or if he loses, it's Robert Thornton who goes through with Kevin Burness. Now, all he needs to do, Matt, is continue what he did against Portela in the last 4 legs of that contest, because he was irresistible from 3-0 down. He has been forced into this position because of Robert Thornton beating Burnett 4-0. But the destiny of his week has pretty much always been in his hands through the latter part of today. Doesn't have to go for it.
96.
And chooses not to, but it's a strong start. He looks ready for the challenge. Jamie Kelling will feel disappointed that he's not got a chance to get through, but he can still influence who does.
Game shot on the first leg.
Right now, it's Matt Dennett who gets first blood. That is a really good 14-darter, and when you think about the pressure he's under to get into the finals for this week, that is a really good answer from Matt, starting really strongly.
Game on.
Just to re-emphasise what these players are playing for, they want to get into the weekly finals, of course, like Phase 1. But it's different now. If you get into the finals, and you get into the top 3 of the finals on Saturday night, you can come back in week 5 and go for something of real note. Proper cash.
$60.
We do, of course, have more action for you tonight from 10 p.m. British time.
55.
Live on Sporty Stuff TV with myself. And we will complete the finals field as we will offer 3 more tickets to the finals to the 5 players tonight. Again, Matt Dennett
140.
butchering that 60. Averaging way more than Jamie Kelling. And this is not good viewing for Robert Thornton, who is biting his fingernails right now, thinking, come on, Jamie, please get 2 legs. Based on what we've seen so far, he might not. Earlier in the day, Kelling was playing really well.
97. Matt,
he beat Diogo 4 legs to 0. He beat Richie Burnett by 4 legs to 3. But after being absolutely drilled by Burness, he has stuttered since then. 60 for double 19.
52. Matt, you require 40.
Tops for 2-0. To be halfway there.
Game shot on the second
leg.
That
he is. Dennett. He doesn't look like someone who is under pressure, but maybe the scholar eats pressure for his school dinners. Well, 2-0 up, looking strong.
I think it's Matt to throw first.
Or should I say stronger?
Game on.
Is he going to deny Thornton? Well, Kelling got really close to Robert.
85.
He lost by 4 legs to 3. That was a key thing for Robert. He's won his last 2 matches to put himself on 12 points.
45.
But you can't stand it when you're finished and you're having to rely on someone else doing you a favour.
58.
And with Dennett averaging 20 more than Kelling right now, I have a bad feeling for Robert Thornton fans.
140.
That will make you feel a little bit better.
57.
They opened Group C yesterday, and it was 4-3 to Jamie Kelling. Oh, how much Robert Thornton would like that right now. I think it's fair to say that that game was not very good. They both averaged in the 70s. Both coming into Group C without any experience in Group A earlier in the week.
97.
And we're maybe a little bit cold at that point. They're a lot warmer now.
100.
Mistakes aren't coming.
81.
I wouldn't classify that as a
Jamie
mistake.
require 156.
I'd say that was just one bad dart amongst 3.
60. Matt, you require 123.
Treble 19 first. Now it's treble 18. Biggest moment of Matt's day
91.
was
Jamie
taking the
require
164.
96.
That was against Thornton. Double 18 for Kelling.
Game show
How
on the
big
third
is
leg,
that
Jamie
going
Kelling.
to be? Well, there's one leg for Matt Dennett to let go. It's the only one he can let go. Now he's got to win 2 straight. That 96 checkout was huge
Jamie
news
to
for
throw
Thornton.
first. Game on.
Matt could not look. And it's a break.
100.
If Kelling holds here, you will see Matt Dennett deflate a little bit.
100.
What I'd be saying to myself if I was in match shoes right now is, well, I will start the match with 2 straight legs. I'll just do it again.
140.
His biggest issue is the fact that Jamie Kelling is starting to play better. Stays in touch. That's a world-class 140 from Dennett.
$85.
Not the worst 85 in the world. You've got to hit an odd number at some point.
100.
Very, very even, but Dennett gets the first chance to take leg number 4. It's a big ask.
92. Matt, you
It's a
require
harder finish than
161.
164, believe it or not. Because you need 3 different sections. You can't rely on deflections at all.
96. Jamie, you require 84.
Does Kelling put Thornton through? He does
48.
not.
Matt, you require 65.
And if this goes, it goes to the very last leg, which is the next leg.
Game
Oh,
show
it's a
on the
brilliant
fourth
shot
leg.
from Matt Dennett.
Matt Dennett.
And this group is going to 1 leg. It's not to win the match, but it is to determine who goes through. Will it be Dennett or will it be Thornton to go through to the Saturday finals?
First. Game on.
Told you a bit of a white lie there, didn't I? It's not to determine the match. Well, it is for Matt.
140.
The personification of win or bust. Lose the leg, you go home. Win it, you stay. What a response from Kelling.
180.
They know what's on the line. They know the permutations. This is extraordinary.
58.
And that has hurt him. That 180 has hurt Dennett. He's come up with 5
140.
trebles in 6. Dennett has got to get to 170. And he hasn't. It's advantage Kelling. And in turn, advantage Thornton. What a leg from Jamie Kelling. What a leg.
140.
Leg of the day. If he clocks this in 12 or 11, Matt Dennett will not be able to breathe. Look at the courage, though. Look at the courage.
41.
If he's going to go down, he's going to go down fighting. And Kelling has eliminated him. He can't believe it as he turns away. The match is not over, but unfortunately, Matt Dennett's chances are over. Robert Thornton can now breathe easy. He's in the finals.
Sig flag, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
I think, with all due respect to a lot of the legs we've seen this week,
134.
maybe with the exception of the 9 darter from James Richardson, that, without a shadow of a doubt, in my opinion, is the leg of the week. With everything on the line, Kelling comes up with that.
95.
That was a 12 darter from the gods. That is the kind of leg you dream about under pressure.
140.
If you needed some proof that Jamie Kelling's got game, well, what you can do is frame that leg and show it to people.
57.
If Robert Thornton goes on to win the Champion of Champions Week in week 5, he owes Jamie Kelling a Kit Kat or some other form of treat. Now Matt Dennett just wants to win the match for his own pride.
60. Matt, you require 164.
Another.
96. Jamie, you require 82.
If he is gutted and he knows that he's out, he's putting on a very brave face. Maybe he doesn't know.
42.
I was always
Matt,
of the opinion that I wanted to know nothing. I wanted ignorance. I wanted to just win every leg. But double 4. Oh, he's bust it. It really hasn't been his game.
Jamie,
that was to win the match. Kelling for double 10 has found it. And he might get his hands on another 2 points. We are going to the last leg decider. It seems like for the second time in this match. It's leg 7. It's the last leg of the session.
7th and final leg. It's Matt to throw first. Game on.
In finishing the session yesterday, Matt won 4-3 against Richie Burnett. But I think the look on his face there tells the story. He knows. It's been a brilliant game.
60.
If you take the context away from the game, it's still pretty good. Had great moments, but it's the context that makes a match so great.
81.
I've talked a lot to friends and colleagues lately about great matches, and it's context that gives greatness.
85.
A match on its own can be good, but if you throw other things from the periphery into it, it makes it even better.
97.
And I'm not sure I'll ever forget that 12 darter from Jamie Kelling, if I'm honest. There are certain legs that just stick in your memory.
45.
It may be one of the best legs he's thrown since he's returned to competitive action in the last 10 years. Great maximum.
180.
Dennett goes ahead in that start by 2 maximums to 1. And he's looking like he's going to win this match because he has 6 starts from here.
100.
Yeah, nice setup.
80.
Very sensible. I think he was going for a single 20 there. I don't think he was trying to lead double 10.
44.
But I think Jamie knows the writing's on the wall as far as the game is concerned. He's going to finish on 8 points if this goes. Matt Dennett will finish on 12.
Game,
But it
shot,
hasn't
and
been
the
enough in the
match.
end to
Matt
somewhat
Dennett.
bittersweet victory in the end by 4-3. Both of those guys deserve immense credit for what they brought to that very last game of Group C. Everybody played well in the group, even Diogo Portela, who only had the 2 points. But 92.75, 87.88, that doesn't tell the story. The 12-dart leg that Jamie Kelling took out to get the second leg in that contest, that is what separated Matt Dennett from the finals. And ultimately, it is Robert Thornton who joins the table topper in Kevin Burness in tomorrow night's action. Speaking of action, we will be back at 10 p.m. tonight. So don't forget that we will be on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 p.m. in the UK. If you're outside the UK, please join us on the Online Darts YouTube channel. There you see confirmation of our table. I am Paul the Ascent Nicholson. Have a glance at that. I'm going to take a rest and I'll see you in about 8 hours' time. Sayonara.